Okay.
The mayor. So it's a little disappointing.
Andy, we're good. Okay, Brianna. Good evening, everybody. We're going to go ahead and call the Clovis City Council meeting to order for April 20th, 2026 at 6:02 p.m. And at this time, if you would all rise for the flag salute, Councilmember Basco will be leading us in a pledge.
Please join me in saluting the flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We're excited to have a full house tonight. So this time we have Clerk Para call the roll.
Yes. Councilmember Ashbeck?
I'm here.
Councilmember Baskell? Here. Councilmember Bessinger?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Pierce?
Here.
And Mayor Moana Tua.
Here. Next is the presentation of proclamations. And the first one is the presentation of a proclamation recognizing Helping One Woman, Clovis chapter. And to read this proclamation and present this proclamation will be Councilmember Basco.
Okay, so I get to read the proclamation for recognizing Helping One Woman Clovis chapter. Whereas Helping One Woman, HOW, is a 501c3 nonprofit organization founded in 2008 in Fresno, California by Charlotte Bavaro and Brenda Kritzer, and has grown from a single chapter into a network of more than 27 chapters across multiple states, united by the belief that helping one woman through hardship strengthens families and communities. And whereas HOW envisions a compassionate world where individuals willingly come forward to offer comfort, encouragement, and hope to those facing unexpected and life-altering challenges. And whereas the organization provides both immediate emotional support and direct financial assistance to women experiencing serious illness, the loss of a loved one, or other significant hardships referred to as irreplaceable loss, helping restore stability and hope during difficult times. And whereas the Helping One Woman Clovis chapter, established in 2011, exemplifies this mission locally through the leadership of Tara Gwentz, Michelle Brown, Jessica Huber, and Mignon West, serving women in the Clovis community with compassion and care. And whereas through its monthly Girls' Night Out dinners, the Clovis chapter brings community members together to support a selected recipient, raising funds through shared meals, donations, and auctions, with every dollar directly benefiting women in need. And whereas the Clovis chapter hosts 11 dinners annually, welcoming approximately 2,000 attendees and raising nearly $200,000 each year, while Helping One Woman chapters nationwide collectively support thousands of women and raise approximately $1.5 million annually, demonstrating the profound impact of community generosity and unity. Now therefore be it resolved that the Clovis City Council, on behalf of the citizens of Clovis, does hereby recognize and commend Helping One Woman for its outstanding service and dedication to supporting women in times of hardship, strengthening families, and fostering a spirit of compassion and generosity throughout the community. Thank you.
Will all the members of the group please come forward if you have something to say? We'd love to hear from you. And so everybody who is here, please step forward. And we'd love to hear from you, your work and the work here in Fresno.
Thank you, Mayor Vong and council members, for this very meaningful honor. And I hope this very meaningful honor does not make me tear up, but I make no promises. This team of women are incredible. Every month, they come and give everything they have at these dinners. They lay it all out there. They're setting up days before. They're following up weeks afterwards. Clovis is better because they're here. And that's all I got to say about that.
Any of you three want to say anything as well?
Yes, please do.
Thank you.
Yeah, we'd love to hear.
Just thank you. It's an honor to serve our community and this organization.
Okay.
We appreciate the honor.
Anyone on the council would like to make a comment? Please come forward and come receive your proclamation. We'd love to shake your hand as well. Oh, okay. Let's get a photo together. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Absolutely. A group photo.
Yeah.
All of you.
All of you who are here to support.
All house supporters.
Yeah.
Good
Even the children.
Yeah.
Close people.
Oh, that's great. Brenda.
Slide in. Slide in.
Charlotte. Yeah. Now, turn around and take a picture. I'm sorry. We're Charlotte. Thank you.
Okay.
Very great.
Thank you. And Mayor Pro Tem Pierce is going to say a couple words as well.
Yeah, I just wanted to, on the heels of the acknowledgement of Helping One Woman, just share what a special organization this is to me personally, because back in April of 2008, when the idea came together, it was my mother-in-law, Charlotte Bavaro, and her friend Brenda Kritzer, who wanted to figure out how to serve their community in a better way. And they came up with this idea of a girls' night out. And what's so cool about it is what started as an idea between friends required other women in other communities to step up and run with what was a great idea. But if it wasn't for the ladies with the Clovis chapter, who, again, give of themselves incredibly every single month. I mean, if they did it once a year, it would be amazing. But they do it every single month, and the incredible benefit it's been to this community, and fortunately, communities all across the country, is unfathomable. You can't put a dollar symbol on it because oftentimes it's the support that those women and their families feel that is worth far more than the gifts that are given that can help them with financial difficulties. But again, it's knowing that they have the support from their community that really, really helps them through their tough times. So it is so special for me to be able to say, I helped make the first website. I think I helped make like the 4th and the 7th websites too. And being part of dinners and fundraising events and that over almost 20 years now is just such an incredible testament, again, to the vision and foresight of two ladies who thought, you know what, we want to get together for a girls' night out, but how about we contribute to our community while we do it? And I don't think a how dinner or event is complete without someone saying the motto. Can I do that? Do I get to do that? Okay. So the motto for Helping One Woman is 10 women with, or one woman with $10 can buy, start with one, you just start with one. One woman with $10 can buy another woman's lunch. Maybe not today, but back in 2008, you still could. 10 women with $10 can buy another woman's groceries. But 100 women with $10 each can make a real difference in another woman's life. And so that's the idea behind girls' nights out. Just get together, have a good time. But while you're doing that, you get to make an impact on a community. And so thank you to each and every one of you. Whatever your participation has been, whether you've attended dinners, whether you've contributed financially to fundraisers, or you've worked your tail off to put the dinners on, we really, really, really appreciate it. And we do honor and commend you guys for all of that effort tonight. So thank you. And thank you especially to Councilmember Basco for bringing it forward for the recognition.
Thank you. Okay, next will be a presentation of a proclamation declaring April 2026 as Donate Life Month. And presenting this proclamation will be Mayor Pro Tem Diane Pierce.
All right, City of Clovis proclamation declaring April 2026 as National Donate Life Month. Whereas more than 30,000 individuals in California are currently on the National Organ Transplant waiting list, and 17 patients die each day due to the shortage of donated organs. And whereas Donor Network West serves as the federally designated organ procurement organization in Northern and Central California and Northern Nevada, and works in close partnership with families, doctors, nurses, and coroners in hospitals to connect donors to recipients. And whereas donations of organ and tissue are life-giving acts recognized worldwide as expressions of compassion to those in need that save thousands of lives each year. The need for donated organs is especially urgent in Asian, Hispanic, and African American communities. And whereas a single individual's donation of the heart, lungs, liver, kidneys, pancreas, and small intestine can save up to 8 lives, donation of tissue can save and heal the lives of up to 75 others. The spirit of giving and decision to donate are not restricted by age or medical condition. And whereas over 14 million Californians have signed up with the state-authorized Donate Life California Registry to ensure their wishes to be organ and tissue donors are honored. California residents can sign up with the Donate Life California Donor Registry when applying for or renewing their driver's license or ID cards at the California Department of Motor Vehicles. Now therefore be it resolved that the Clovis City Council, on behalf of the citizens of Clovis, does hereby declare April 2026 as National Donate Life Month, signed and witnessed this day, April 20th, 2026.
Okay, the Donate Life group, please come forward. Love to hear from you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm going to be the group. It's just me, though. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Leonardo Hernandez, and I'm actually the Community Engagement Specialist for Donor Network West. So what does that mean? That basically means I'm the yapper. I'm the yapper at the health fair, at the high schools, just getting people to start talking about donation, just considering it. And then once they've made that decision, to share that decision with their loved ones, and if they feel so inclined, to register as a donor. I want to take a moment to express my sincere gratitude to the City of Clovis. During Donate Life Month, your unwavering support and dedication to raising awareness about organ, eye, and tissue donation has been truly remarkable. Your efforts have helped to amplify a crucial message, reaching countless individuals, inspiring them to consider the life-saving impact of donation. Your commitment to promoting Donate Life Month has undoubtedly made a significant difference, bringing hope to those waiting for a second chance. Thank you for your partnership, your compassion, and your dedication to saving lives. Together, we can help and save many more. Thank you.
Thank you. Please come forward. Thanks for the work that you do.
He needs a group. I know.
I know.
We'll be your group.
Thank you.
We got you.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Steve.
Thank you for that. Next, we're going to move to one council item, and this is consider approval of the appointments of the Planning Commission and Personnel Commission, and staff on this is our city manager, Andy Housley.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Tonight, at the mayor's recommendation, we are doing appointments to the Planning Commission and to the Personnel Commission. I think having 2 motions, one for each body, would be appropriate. The first is the Planning Commission to reappoint Alma Antuna and Amy Hatcher to the Planning Commission for a 4-year term of office to expire in May 2030.
Okay, I think.
That's
Amy,
the extent of that report, and then we'll go on to Personnel
so
Commission.
it's a reappointment, and so any comments at all from the council or questions? Okay.
No.
Anyone here from the public like to speak on this item before we take a motion? Seeing none, and I recognize Amy and Alma are in the audience, so we thank you for your service. No one will close the public portion, bring it back, and.
I'll make a motion to reappoint both of our planning commissioners to that other term. Thank you for serving.
We have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. We have a motion second on the floor. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you. Congratulations, another 4 years. So,
All right. Thank you, council. And Personnel Commission, it's a little bit more wording here. First is to reappoint Scott Federhoff, Charlotte Gallick, and James Veros to the Personnel Commission for a 4-year term of office to expire in May of 2030. To appoint Annie Katsinian and Rebecca Henderson to the Personnel Commission for a 4-year term of office to expire in May of 2030. And to appoint Leifel Vang and Stephen Trevino for a 2-year term of office to expire in May of 2028. With that, I'll turn it back to you, Mayor.
Sure. And I had the pleasure of interviewing, it's quite a great group of applicants for this. And I think Amy Hance was also there to help, and personnel sort of vetted the papers, and Rebecca assisted with arranging all those. And we just have a wonderful group of citizens who really want to serve and give back in any capacity. And I know that it's difficult when we have to select only 4 out of all the applicants. I think there are many more who are willing to assist and help. And please stay engaged. And when there are other opportunities, please engage us. And so I just wanted to say that to let my fellow peers know about the process, and also being able to meet all the applicants and recommending them for approval.
Can I just ask one
Sure.
question? I just wanted to know, because I know these were new positions that we created, so they were open. Just curious, how many applicants did we get who were willing to step up and serve?
I thought we got 10?
Oh, good.
11, yeah, we had 11.
11.
So, yeah, that was more than we're used to. Yeah, because I remember when we had the mosquito abatement, there was only one. And so, for the one position, yeah. Yeah. And then, going to go ahead and open up the public portion. I think all the appointees here recognize. Can we see you guys, the new appointees, and then the reappointees as well, if any of the reappointees are here? Okay, Jim's here. Okay, yeah, there's the 6 of you. So, thank you for all those reappointing. Did you guys want to say anything? Okay. Okay, we're going to go ahead and thank you for being here tonight. Okay, anyone else in the public like to speak on this item? Okay, seeing none, we'll close the public portion and bring it back. What's the pleasure of the council on this one?
I'll make a motion that we reappoint Scott Federoff, Charlotte Gallick, and James Veros to the Personnel Commission, and that we appoint the new commissioners. Okay, help me with the names. Annie Katsinian, Rebecca Henderson, Leifel Vang, and Stephen Trevino to the 2-year terms. Thank you for your willingness to serve as well.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Okay, motion second on the floor. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Congratulations, everyone. Okay,
Can we do a picture?
yeah, let's, for the,
I think Christos will-
since, yeah, we got a young,
Yeah.
yeah, let's take a photo together. And so, I don't know, Alma, Amy, you guys still ever take pictures with us, so come up too.
And did we tell you have to stay for the whole meeting tonight? Oh, that's a joke. I'm just kidding, don't worry.
I know.
Is it okay if Christos comes up here with us?
You can-
Vaughn,
What?
do you mind if Christos comes up
Oh,
with
yeah,
us?
please. Mhm.
Come up here.
Come up. Yeah. Good to see you again.
Force you in my chair between us.
Yeah.
Yeah. You jump right up in it. You better stand up in it so they can see
Yeah.
you. Here.
Wanna
Step
stand
up here. Yeah, stand on there. Good. I'll hold you,
Okay.
okay?
Fun and games until
Yeah.
somebody puts out an eye.
Seemed like a good idea.
Okay, congratulations, everyone. And thank you guys for your reappointments and also new appointments as well for the personnel, and reappointments for both. Okay, next we're going to move to public comments. If you have an item you'd like to discuss with the council, something that is not on the agenda but within our jurisdiction, you may do so at this time. So,
Scared me. What happened? Okay, I like it.
go ahead. If you could give your name and address for the record.
Hello, Des Martinez. I want to speak about what I witnessed last week in this meeting. Over and over again last week, we heard statements like, we're being forced. We have to do this. The lawsuit made us do it. Let's be clear about something. This situation did not come out of nowhere. This did not start with a lawsuit. This did not start with the state stepping in. This started with years of decisions made right here in this room. For years, the city failed to meet its housing obligations. For years, affordable housing was not built at levels required. For years, the rules were ignored until there were consequences. And now, instead of accountability, what we're hearing is blame. Blame the state of California, blame Sacramento, blame the advocates, blame towards the very people who are trying to ensure that housing laws are followed. But let's tell the truth tonight. None of this would be happening, none of it, if the city would have simply followed the law in the first place. There would be no lawsuit, there would be no urgency ordinance, there would be no pressure to vote on something you say you don't believe in. This was not done to you. This was the result of your decisions made by you. And while we're at it, let's talk about tone. When we hear phrases like these people, when we hear frustration directed at the very idea of affordable housing, it sends a message. It tells the public exactly that the issue is being viewed not as a responsibility, not as a necessity, but as a burden. But affordable housing is not a burden. It is a legal obligation, and more importantly, it's a moral one. We're talking about seniors. We're talking about people who already lived, worked, and contributed to this community who simply need a place that they can afford to live. And instead of embracing solutions, we hear discussions about how to minimize the impact, how developers might avoid building units, how in lieu fees could be used instead of housing, how it can be pushed off-site. That's not leadership, that's avoidance. And the public deserves better than reluctant compliance. Because at the end of the day, the people sitting in this room and the people watching at home, they didn't create this problem. They trusted their elected officials to follow the law. They trusted you to plan responsibly. They trusted you to act in the best interest of the entire community. And instead, they are now dealing with the fallout of years of inaction. So I want to leave you with this. Stop blaming the state. Stop blaming me. Stop blaming the lawsuit, because in reality, it's very simple. This happened because of the choices that you made in this room. And the sooner you acknowledge it, the sooner the city can move forward with accountability and real solutions. And I urge you to pass this ordinance tonight.
Thank you, Des. Anyone else like to speak on?
My name is Brad Avery. I'm at 251 Cherry Lane, and forgive me for being slow. I'm recovering from a serious health procedure. I was here last year speaking about our alleyways and our cottage communities and building our one home into 4 homes and adding 1.5 baths to 12 bathrooms to a 1940 sewer system in our alleyways. With no city lighting, it's PG&E lighting. We have 4 lights in 6 blocks that we have to talk to PG&E to get the light bulb fixed. We have no signage of parking. We have roadways completely blocked. Now we have our Orangeburg piping, our sewer line in our some paved alleys. The rest of the alleys towards Sunnyside are still dirt that they access their homes into. But nothing has been done to fix our streets, to resurface our streets. I see billions and billions of dollars being put into city access buildings and new city of Clovis opportunities. And I'm not going to speak of which ones they are because most of them are great for our community. And I love our community. But we have to fix what we already had from the 1950s. I live in the Forest Park community, which was Minnewawa and 3rd. And in that, I own 10 feet to the center of that alleyway. Now that alleyway is taken away, and there was never any reference of the city taking it and owning it because it was emergency access for fire, ambulance, and the power lines and water. Water has been moved to the front of our homes. The way that water is functioned in our homes, and forgive me for the minutes, but it started with a 1-inch galvanized line in the alleyway, going to a 1/2-inch galvanized line to the front of your house. That created pressure so that it operated 1.5 to 2 bathrooms. When they took the water out of the alley and took it to the front of the street, there was no environmental impact on how to build this. So they took an 1.25 inch PVC line, took it to the front of your house, and now it goes to a 1-inch line. So it's a complete reverse engineering. I've had to pay $7,000 just to get water pressure to all of my faucets in my house because everything was built improperly and wrong. And now we're talking about what's going to be on the new agenda, why our water rates are raising, and why we have, I don't know how many, what the transparency is, how many new little houses we have in our alleyways that is going to take our waterways. We have a dry creek canal that's running at full speed ahead with empty holding ponds, not collecting any of this water. Our water is still running out to the ocean, and the farmers are still charged 75% of the water they can't even take out of the ground. They have to go 1,300 feet underground to grab their water while this water's running out, so that while we're walking and riding down our beautiful parkways, we see this beautiful canal, which that water runs to nowhere. We need help, we need signage, we need lighting, we need protection, we need new sewers. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you,
And
Mr.
I
Avery.
believe in God's word, you are all appointed under God to have these positions, and I thank you for everything you do.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you.
Yes.
Mr. Avery,
Ms. Avery? Ms. Avery?
can I ask you a question?
from-
You can,
yeah,
2 questions. Are you Brian Avery's brother? You look very much like him. All right, so. Is that good? It depends. No, it was very good. It's very good. But that's, yeah, that's funny. But I'm sorry. I want to say, I've done this work a long time, and I've never heard anyone describe 3rd and Minnewawa as Forest Park.
Forest Park is the original subdivision.
I love that. And so, I mean, we've been trying to spend, to try to do a. Oh, that is so great. Chad, where'd Chad go? Chad.
And what the original people, there's a young lady across the street who's almost 90 who has her original Forest Park document that says what she owns and never showed when it was taken away from her.
Oh, my God. Oh, I love that you called her a young lady. That's a great thing. But I think from from the community perspective, we're trying to just capture the history in parts of our city that, like, I thought I knew a lot, but I've never heard that. Helm Ranch was another. So it might be fun as we try to continue to tell our story that we maybe can connect with you and get some of those original documents, because maybe there's signage about your neighborhood that I love that. And I think that's a great history lesson tonight. So thank you for sharing that. And thank you for sharing your challenges in your neighborhood as well. We hear you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms.
Yeah,
Avery.
yeah, thanks.
Anyone else like to address the council? Yes. Hi.
I have 3 minutes?
Yep.
Wow, I thought I only had 2. All right, I'll try to take this a little bit slow. Use up all my 3 minutes.
You can give your name again for the record.
Yes, I will. Thank you. So good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Crystal, and I am here to speak on the Community Development Block Grant and its intended purpose to support safe and stable housing. I want to make one point really clear, that predatory housing behavior only works when enforcement fails. This is not theoretical. This is actually happening in your city, and apparently it's been happening for a while. As I told you before, my first time speaking with you, I am very new to Clovis. So I did not know what I was getting into when I moved to Clovis, but I'm finding out very swiftly, and it's not a good thing. It's not a compliment to Clovis. But housing with documented fire code violations are being leased without verified correction and without confirmed compliance prior to occupancy. Even after continuous violations are confirmed by city officials, no citations are issued. This is not just a landlord issue, this is a failure in enforcement. When enforcement fails, unsafe units remain in circulation, tenants are placed at risk, and the burden of enforcement is shifted onto the tenant after they've already signed a lease. So my question to the city is this: how can Clovis claim alignment with federally funded housing standards, which are intended to ensure safe and habitable housing, if the units you already have with known violations are allowed to be occupied without verified compliance or enforcement action? Because where I stand, your enforcement system is either non-existent or not functioning as required under federally funded housing standards. I'm requesting clarity on 3 points. What verification process is required before a unit with known violations is cleared for occupancy? What enforcement actions are taken when violations remain uncorrected? And how is the city addressing these enforcement gaps within its the CDBG priorities? And I want to give an example, page 30 of your CDBG document. It shows that they've identified 4 common issues with the housing in Clovis. The first is housing units lack complete kitchen facilities. Well, that's protected under California Health and Safety Code 17920.3, Section A, subsection 11. So if that, and I'll give you another, it's number 2, housing unit lacks complete plumbing facilities. That's also protected under California Civil Code. That's the very first civil code that I think everyone pretty much knows, which is 1941.1, Section A, subsection 3.
Crystal, can I ask you to summarize?
Yes,
Wrap
so
up, yeah.
with that, I formally request that this statement be entered into the public record along with any written responses provided by the city, because enforcement, without enforcement, these protections are not, do not function, and when they do not function, displacement is not prevented, it is enabled.
Okay.
Thank
Crystal,
you.
I'm going to have you, Chad is in charge of the CDBG, and so Chad will connect with you to get some of those details. Okay.
I have a question.
And then, yes, go ahead. Crystal, we have a question
Crystal,
for you as well.
I do have
Councilman
a
Bessinger has
follow-up question.
Yeah.
You know of specific locations that are
Yes,
unsafe?
2,
Okay.
and they
could
have been
you-
reported to your code enforcement,
could
and
you-
they're still in violation.
Could you please send an email to our city manager with those locations, and we'll just report back to us?
Okay.
Yep, I certainly
will
will.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Crystal. Okay, anyone else? Anyone else like to address the council? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and close the public portion. We're going to move now to the consent calendar. We have items 4 through 15, and I want to note, is it 14 and 15?
14 and 15, yes.
Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem Pierce has a conflict on items 14 and 15. And so, Scott, do we have to pull those and vote separately? Or can we still vote all and then Diane just?
I think typically you guys pull those
We pull those?
items
Okay.
separately, but Councilmember Pierce can remain on the dais, just can't participate in the discussion.
Okay,
And if you'll just note for the record what the conflict is, just so we have that.
okay. Go ahead, Diane.
Yeah, I have to recuse myself from consent calendar items 14 and 15 because I own real property within 1,000 feet of the parcel that we're discussing. And so, again, I will just abstain from the vote on 14 and 15.
Any other items? These will be taken as one item, so that, because they're routine in nature. Any other ones to pull from the council? No? Okay. And then anyone here in the public who'd like to address the council on items 4 through 15?
My name is Neil Mallory. I live on Polson Avenue. I want to discuss item 11.
Okay.
I just had a few questions. I just wanted to confirm Clovis is considered a small agency under CARB, Innovative Clean Transit Regulations. And why I'm wondering is because these are all gas vehicles you guys are proposing to purchase right now. And my understanding is, as of this year, 25% of new purchases need to be zero-emission vehicles for buses. So I was wondering if there's other planned purchases this year, or what are we doing to comply with that? And then lastly, given the regulatory environment in California, what is the risk that you guys see in these having to be retired before the end of their useful life?
Okay. Andy, could you address those?
So
Or is it
I'm looking at the expert in the room on if we are a small agency under CARB regulations. That's correct. Then in addition, CARB did give us an extension on some of the requirements under this, so that allows us to utilize these vehicles for their useful life. We have put together a plan for the transition to EV when it becomes feasible and available to us.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Anyone else like to address the council on items 4 through 15? Okay, seeing none, we'll close the public portion. We can have two motions. The first will be for 4 through 13, and we'll take the last two.
I'll make a
okay.
motion to approve consent items number 4 through 13.
Second.
Okay, we have motion second for all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
And then I will make a motion to approve items 14 and 15.
Second.
Okay, we motion second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions?
Yes.
Okay, so passes 401. Now we'll move to the public hearings. Item 16, consider various actions related to the proposed new water rates and fees. Conduct a Prop 218 public hearing and majority protest proceeding on the proposed new water rates and fees as outlined in the draft water rate study report and the public hearing notice mailed to all city water customers. Consider approval, item B, consider approval of the proposed new water rates and fees subject to no majority protest and adoption of the water rate study report as final. And staff on this, okay, we have a whole team. Kevin, and then if you could, I think we met once before, all of you, so if you could introduce yourselves and then we'll go to the report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, we're here tonight for the presentation of the Prop 218 public hearing and the proposed water rates. So we'll have a brief presentation and then we'll actually get into the public hearing. As mentioned, I'm Kevin Tuttle. I'm the Assistant Public Utilities Director for our Utilities Department here in the City of Clovis. Alongside me, I have Nicholas Torstensen, our Deputy Public Utilities Director, and I have Todd Cristiano, our consultant from Raftellus. Tonight, Nick will start us off, and then I will assist as we go through.
Cool. And as we go through this presentation, good evening, Council and Mayor. As we go through this presentation, you guys will notice it'll look pretty familiar from the previous presentation. So moving on to the agenda. First, we'll go over the goals and the objectives of the water rate study, and then we'll talk about some rate design considerations and then we'll go over the rate study and the new proposed rates, and then we'll show a bill comparison and a utility survey, and then we'll talk about the Prop 218 and the next steps. So as we did the rate study, there's three main driving factors and there were challenges that our water utility faced and that we needed to address with the rate study. And the first one was just the inflation that we've experienced, especially over these last 4 years since 2020, 2021. We've seen many of the costs to operate and maintain our water system increase significantly, pretty much doubling. And here are just some of the costs that we've been experiencing. So at our surface water treatment plant, we have filters, and that's used to clean the water before we put it into the water system. And we've seen those filters go from about $1,500 to $2,800, and that's based on a cost estimate that we received late last year. And then we've also seen our energy cost almost double, and these are costs that are similar to the costs that we receive as at our homes as well. And then in addition to these inflationary costs, we also saw cost of construction projects that we would do to rehab and to maintain our water system more than double, up to 175% increase. And these are construction type projects that we would be doing at our surface water treatment plant or throughout our water system. So the first driving factor is just the inflationary pressure that we've seen. And next, as the owner and operator of a water system, there's a number of projects that we have to do to maintain regulatory compliance, but also to operate and maintain a system that's aging. So here's listed a number of projects that are improvement projects or just rehab and maintenance projects. And one example is going to be in order to maintain compliance with certain regulatory requirements for groundwater sustainability, we need to make sure that we're putting water back into the ground. And that first project on the list is a recharge basin that'll help us kind of maintain compliance. And then as a part of the water system, the most valuable asset that we have is the surface water treatment plant. And the surface water treatment plant is now 20 years old. So there's a number of projects that we need to perform in order to maintain that asset and to improve it so that we can continue to treat more and more surface water and to maintain our groundwater wells by using them less. So we see there's a lot of costly projects that we have planned for the future. And then lastly is the regulatory pressures that we experience. These are just three examples of the different regulatory pressures, and these are added costs to the water utility, and it's really difficult for us to kind of continue to maintain, and adds cost. So that first one is the PFAS regulations. So this has increased our sampling costs, and also in the future, we see the requirement to put treatment on our well sites in order to maintain compliance. And then making conservation a California way of life is a legislation that is about water conservation, and that it continues to add costs as well for us to maintain compliance. So. And then lastly is the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. We've been constantly working to maintain compliance and to move towards that, but that'll continue to add a burden. And there's a number of other regulatory pressures that we feel as well. And then as we designed the rates, there were the main consideration was the legal landscape and some court cases that act as guide rails for how we developed the rate. And that first one was the Capistrano case in 2015, which said that tiered rates, they need to be supported by the cost of service analysis, which shows that the cost to provide the water in the tiered rates is justified, so that we're not... So you can't charge more for the water than it costs you to provide. And then furthermore in 24 and 25, there were further cases that went to show that industry standard methodologies aren't acceptable, an acceptable substitute for cost-based rates. And then lastly, we need system, in the Pats versus the City of San Diego case, we need system-specific data that would link to the cost to provide service. So we need information from our water system that would show that the cost to provide the water would justify tiered rates. And as we worked with our consultants, and as a city, we decided that it would be best to move away from tiered rates and move toward a uniform volumetric rate. And that's what was in the proposed rates. And then lastly, in our considerations, is public outreach. After we came to council in November, we've done a number of public outreach trying to inform the public and get feedback on the water rates. So we've been to the senior center a number of times. We've done we've had evening meetings here at the council chambers, and then Kevin has performed a number of media interviews as well. And then I'll pass it on to Kevin.
Thank you, Nick. So now we get into the rate study and the actual proposed rates and what we're looking at. And the recommendation was that, yes, there is a rate increase that is needed to continue functioning in a reliable way, right? We want our system to be reliable. We want it to be supported. And a part of that is, you know, the money we bring in, right? Because that pays for things like those filters Nick was talking about, or like those service trucks that are just ever increasing in cost. And like the gentleman just mentioned, you know, the ZEV requirement, right? And Nick's showing $49,000 for a standard work truck. Well, that's a gas engine. Right now, if you look to buy a ZEV truck, it's close to $70,000, maybe even a little bit more. So these are all costs that are built into maintaining this system. And so what we came with is this graphic up top here, and we have the 21%, 21%, and 18%. Those are the three core increases, and those happen in 27, 28, and 29. And we're looking at implementing those January 1st of each of those years. But as we dive a little bit deeper into the graphic, what I want to point out is you see these lighter blue, green looking bars. Those are our standard O&M costs. And this light green line here that is kind of going across these bars, that is the current revenue basis. So you can see that even as we get out into fiscal year 30 and fiscal year 31, our O&M costs alone are expected to begin outpacing the revenues that we can bring in, which means we're constantly going into the negative and digging into reserves, which isn't great. That's not a great function to run a system. But then when you talk about other things, like we have reserves that we try to maintain. That's the dark orange, maybe reddish bar you see in there. And then additionally, on top of that, we have transfers to capital funds. And what those capital funds are those projects that Nick was talking about that help us maintain that reliability. So when we're talking about things like a 20-year-old plant, well, most things that are mechanical, you're lucky to get 20 years out of them. You think about a car, if you get 20 years out of a car, you're doing great, right? But there's maintenance over that time. And then eventually you get to a point where you have to replace that car. Well, when we talk about replacements at a plant, there was this line item Nick had at the bottom, other planned improvements, and it was about $30 million. Those are all the little things that add up to a big thing in terms of operating a system. Things like replacing a pump station. You think, okay, it's not that much. Well, at a surface water treatment plant, that runs you about $4 million to replace a pump station. So things like that add up in a big way as you look across the whole plant, and that's that darker green bar. And that's the crux of the revenue requirement we're talking about and where these increases come from. And then on the bottom, we have this ending fund balance and minimum reserves. And you can see it. You can see right now where our ending balance is actually over our minimum reserve level. But that's a function of doing good business. Think about that as your savings account. As you come up with these big projects, you dip into your savings account, you spend that money, and then you start putting money away in that savings account again. But you always set a minimum for that emergency, right? And that's what that line represents. That's the emergency. And then as we go above that line, okay, that's our savings account for those projects. So that's what you see. So you see in fiscal year 29, at the end of the 18%, we're getting right down to that minimum. And that's just doing those projects that really we feel are necessary. And that was a hard part about this project is you get into it and you see all these projects and you think, okay, we can ask for the moon. But no, you can't. You have to be fiscally responsible because at the end of the day, we're stewards of not our money. We're stewards of the public money, right? And so we can't just go out and ask for the world, even though we'd love to, but there has to be a level of responsibility in that. That's what we're attempting to show here is that, hey, we're keeping this to the bare minimum, and by fiscal year 29, we're right at that line. But then you can see the impacts of the rate increase where, okay, now we're starting to get back above that line. We're building that savings account back up to do those big projects that Nick was showing. So with that in mind.
Can you go back to that chart again?
Absolutely.
Okay. On the bottom chart,
yes.
Is that with the increases or is that without?
That is with the increases.
And then if it was without, is there a chart that shows if we don't pass?
No, we don't have the chart, but you could just expect that all of the dollar amounts that are above the light green horizontal line here, that would either dip into that, or we would have to make significant operational changes and very hard decisions about our improvements to reoperate the system.
Okay, thank you.
So we talk about 21% and 21% and 18%. So let's talk a little bit about what that means practically speaking. So right now we currently charge on a per customer basis, if you will. So single family, multifamily, they pay $27.71 a month or every 2 months for their what we call the service charge. And that's like your baseline operating charge. And what we're looking at doing is taking these numbers and really getting into a more simplistic administrative means of charging. And what that means is we're going to a per meter basis. And Nick talked about, we did a lot of public outreach, and one of the common questions I got was, well, how on earth do I know what meter size I have? Well, luckily enough, we're going to be there to help you, but also too, we kind of made it simple in a lot of means for our residents. And part of that was building in, as we transition, you notice that the 5/8, 3/4, and 1 inch are all the same. And that's our standard single-family residential meter size in those 3 categories. So we tried to maintain some continuity for the residents there and not move it around too much, understanding that this was already a process that was going to be more or less a shock to the system. And then also too, we updated things like recycled water. Some of our commercial customers pay a private fire line charge, and we underwent the effort to update that. As well as construction water and the hydrant meter water charges. So say there's a construction project and we have to hook up to a hydrant, we updated that charge as well. And the kind of the last thing I'll get into on the rate changes is the volumetric rates. And this is what Nick was talking about in terms of the tiered water rates and looking at the Capistrano, Pat's, and Cozy-R decisions. So like Nick mentioned, those were, it kind of started wide on the guide rails with the Capistrano decision, but then Cozy-R and Pat's really kind of narrowed those guide rails and pinched those guide rails down on us and made the burden of proof and justification of these tiered water rates significant. You know, there's a lot of data that goes into being able to justify that one drop of water costs more to produce than another drop of water. And that's what those decisions really kind of forced you into. And so the recommendation was, you know, at this time, based on the level of data we have and what we can and can't do, to move away from tiered water rates and go to a single volumetric charge. And that's what's reflected on this graphic. So you notice we have here our existing tiered water rates, and now you can see there's uniform charges moving forward, and that's down through our commercial and our residential. And likewise, we updated our recycled water charges, and again, as well as our hydrant water meters. One other thing that we chose to update as part of this is our drought surcharges. And what this essentially does is it allows us to recover lost income during a drought. The hard part about a drought is you really need to encourage customers to use less water. The harder part about that of operating a water system is the less water used, the less income we have, right? So this allows us a mechanism to recover that lost income during those periods. And one thing I would note is that our municipal code forces these into effect only upon a government declared drought. So it has to be a state declared drought for us to be able to enact these. We can't just say, oh, well, it's hot this summer, there's a drought, we're going to enact this. It has to be government declared at that level. So as we go through these, what does it mean for our bills? And then also to how do we compare, you know, how do we stack up to our neighbors? What do we look like regionally? So we'll start with the bills. So we looked at 3 primary use cases. What is our low water customer? And this is going to be smaller lot homes, maybe single elderly, you know, you live in a smaller home, you've been there forever. What does this impact look like for you? And then we have our average use, and then what would be our higher use? Maybe you have a larger lot, more lawn space, pool, things like that. And what we found is on the low end, so about 8,000 gallons, it's about a $6.43 increase per month. And conversely, on the high end, it's right around $13.74, maybe rounded to $14. But that's kind of the split you're getting with this increase. Is you're looking between $6.40 and let's call it an even $14 per month across most of our use cases. So what does that do for us regionally? So right now, we're one of the lowest in the region, if not the lowest. Our current average monthly bill is about $28, and we bill bi-monthly, so on your bill, you might see $56. After year one, we expect that to jump up to about $41 a month, and that still keeps us, at the bottom, more or less. After the second increase in fiscal year 28, so this would be January 1, 2028, that would go into effect, will be about $50 a month, and now maybe we're in the bottom third. And then we get up close to 50%, but not quite there by the end of this rate increase. And one of the things I would note is that we did this graphic assuming that no one else is doing a rate increase over that time. So we're assuming everyone else remains static, and we're the only ones increasing over that same period. One of the things we do know, however, is we have a couple of our local municipalities like Kingsburg, Bakersfield, Manteca, and Roseville. You see the little asterisk there? That means we actually know they're in the process of doing a rate study and a rate increase. We just don't know what that is and what that impact is yet, but we know it's coming. So those are going to go up in the same time frame we're anticipating going up as well. And that brings us to why we're here tonight. So Proposition 218 is a California passed law, and it essentially says that a property-related charge may not exceed the cost to provide the service, and that revenues from those charges must only be used for the purpose they're imposed. And these charges are on a parcel basis and must reflect that proportional cost to that parcel, and no charge may be imposed unless the service is actually and immediately available to that property owner. And one of the big requirements of this is that a written notice must be provided to all affected property owners at least 45 days in advance of the public hearing. And a big aspect of this was getting these mailers out. So mailers were sent out March 3rd. We had approximately 50,000 mailers that were sent out based on the county tax roll. And interestingly enough, when you send these out, there's an actual statistic on this. I didn't even know this, but about 1 to 5% of those are actually expected to come back to you in the way of a return to sender notice or unable to forward notice. And we actually did really well. So we were at the lower end of that. We received 744 return notices at about 1.5%. So that we thought that was a pretty good record in terms of sending 50,000 out, and only 740 came back. We thought that was pretty good. But this mailer that we sent out had all of the information that you're essentially seeing here tonight. It had the notice of public hearing. It had the graphics we just looked at, those tables on the water rate increases, and it also had that graphic on the regional community survey. So all of that was included along with other information. One other note I would add is that we did include a QR code on the mailer that takes you to our website. We developed a specific web page just for this water rate study and increase. And in that, we also translated the mailer. So we had it in 4 different languages on the website that were specific, along with, actually, I don't know if you've played around with our website, but it has a great translation feature. And our website, you can translate into a number of different languages, which I think is a fantastic service we provide. But we did target 4 specific languages. We had English, Spanish, Hmong, and Punjab available specifically on the website.
Kevin, the notice requirement, that 50,000 is per the Prop 218. So it doesn't have to go to 130,000.
Right.
The residents.
So it's
that is
affected
the
properties.
legal.
Yeah, so it's the property owners. So if it's, say, one property, but there's 8 people living there, the vote is on the parcel. So you get 1 vote for that parcel, not 8 votes per the people that live there. And that's the Prop 218 requirement.
Okay, and that's commercial and residential.
That's correct.
Okay.
Okay, so next steps, and this is assuming passage tonight, in late spring 2026, we would bring a resolution back to council officially amending the water rates. In late fall, early winter of this year, 2026, we would continue our public outreach. We recognize that we're in April and this wouldn't go into effect until January 1 of 27, and that's a lot of time for life to happen and people are going to forget. And so we understand that, and so we highly anticipate we will be back meeting with the public towards the end of this year as a reminder, doing social media outreach, public outreach, continuing that process as we've done thus far. And then the January 1, 2027, the adopted rates would be effective should there not be a majority protest tonight. So with that, we're here to recommend council conduct a Prop 218 public hearing and majority protest proceeding on the proposed draft new water rates and fees as outlined in the draft water rate study, and consistent with the public hearing notice that was mailed to all city water customers. And along with that, there would be a secondary action after the close of the hearing that would consider approval of the proposed new water rates and fees, subject to the fact that there would be no majority protest and adoption of the water rate study as final. And with that, we welcome questions.
Okay. And Scott, I just wanted, we can ask questions before I begin the script for opening the hearing, or do I have to open the hearing and then we do questions?
So if you want to ask questions of staff
Do that
at this
first.
point, yeah, you can do that before
Okay.
the public hearing.
All right. Go ahead, Lynn.
Two questions that I ask every time we do a rate increase. Why has it taken us 10 years, right? We might be in a different circumstance if we didn't do it once a decade. And I see in the report that we are going to build in the escalator thing, which I think is right, but maybe you can just comment. So we are frugal and we do a really good job and we don't raise rates, and then when we raise them, the percentages are very big. The monthly cost is modest for many people and not so much for others. So if you could talk about that. And my second question was so good that I forgot it. Let's go with that. Let's go with that question. But can you speak to why it's been a decade? And
Sure. Yeah, so we'll talk about that first one while you think
while
of
I think of the second one. I know it's really good too, but I can't remember.
Yes, and that's been a question a lot of folks have asked us is, man, 2000, because in the study, and we've presented on this before, we pared this down a little bit for expediency tonight, but when you look at it, our last targeted rate increase was actually 2009, so we're almost pushing 2 decades since we really did a targeted rate increase like we're doing tonight. And a big part of that is doing that 3% escalator. In 2009, when we did it, we started that escalator process, and that worked for us. In 2016, we actually came back and did another water rate study, and that was really related to the Capistrano decision because we had tiered water rates at that point. And so we came in and we made our rate, table essentially compliant with that cost of service that was required by Capistrano. But what we found is, hey, we were doing the right things. We were being fiscally responsible. We were being prudent, and we didn't need to adjust rates. It was a revenue neutral rate study, which is in some ways unheard of, uncommon, right? But then what we found is hitting 2021, we saw just costs go off the charts. And what we tried to do is we tried to hold the line, saying, hey, there's a potential. Everyone's talking about this is going to come down, right? Inflation's going up. Everything's nuts. But it's going to come back down. Things are going to back off. And so we waited, saying, hey, let's not do it today. Let's not panic adjust. Let's hold out, see if they come back down. And eventually what wound up happening is we hit a point where we said, things aren't correcting. Things are just holding. And that's why we're here today, is really in recognition of the fact that those costs that we thought would come back down never did, and we had to make an adjustment. And if we don't today, you're absolutely right. Come 3, 4, 5 years from now, we could be here with an even more grim situation. And so we're trying to get out in front of it in some ways and prevent a more dire situation.
Yeah, I think that's a really important message for our residents to know that it's that's why it's taken us almost 2 decades to have a true water rate increase. I thought about my second question. Okay. And if you said this, I apologize. Can you just start at the beginning a moment, and because you're using the figures 21%, 21%, 18% in the next 3 calendar years, yeah?
Yes.
Can you just say how you got to 21, 21, and 18? They weren't arbitrarily chosen, and you're not building off of that. Can you just comment? I don't know that I heard from a resident's perspective how we landed as that as our starting point, and then how it went up from there. Maybe just a short description of that process.
That's a great question. So when we initially started the study, I mentioned it a little bit, but we talked about the wish list, right? And you start with, okay, looking at all your costs and all these projects that you know you're going to need, and you need them, sometime in the near future, but when, right? And so we put everything in our wish list and came back and recognized that oh man, we were looking at like over 30% in year one in some scenarios. And if we tried to do everything up front, it was looking like 60%. And we quickly realized, like, hey, that's not realistic, right? So then you get into, and this is why it's wonderful to have good consultants, you get into these math hurdles of saying, okay, if I move this project here and, you know, maybe I don't assume as much in terms of, like, say, PG&E rates. You know, we talked about the $4.9 million for PG&E. Well, maybe we don't anticipate that'll be as much. So then you start, okay, where can we reduce? Where can we, you know, maybe toe the line as much as possible to keep it as reasonable as possible on behalf of our constituents? And that's where the 21, 21, and 18 come from. It's a balance of saying no one wants to be hit with a 60% bill write-off. That's just unrealistic, right? So you try to be as responsible as you can, while also too being responsible on the other end of saying, hey, we need a reliable water system. So there's a lot of mathematical hurdles that I'm very grateful for good consultants in, but yeah, it's a lot of thought and a lot of back and forth on, you know, okay, how do we ease this burden as much as possible on the resident while also doing right by the water system?
I think that's also, I mean, that's an important point. A, they're not arbitrary, and B, based on all of the needs. And it goes a little bit to what you talked about, Mr. Avery. How do we account for those aging water systems that are, even if they're not aging today, in 30 or 40 years, they will also be aging. So I think that's just, thank you for that description, but I think it was a calculation and then built on from there. And I think the other point about I mean, if we decide, if something happens, if PG&E is free and everything goes down, and won't that be great, we would come back and adjust those rates. We're not going to collect the money for our own bank accounts. That's not what this is about. So I think that we watch that, but it does give us the stability. If our water system failed, and we've seen it fail on a street or on a block, or problems that you described, it's not great, and it causes all kinds of disruptions. So anyway, thank you for just explaining how we started with 21, 21, 18. So thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you all.
Okay. Councilmember Bessinger.
We've had some pretty catastrophic pipeline failures over the last couple of years that I'm sure have cut into our reserve. Would that be accurate?
So maybe not necessarily reserves, but those are all part of the O&M costs, right? So when we talked about that bar chart quite a bit.
Explain O&M for people.
Yeah, sorry, operations and maintenance costs. I call it O&M, but it's operations and maintenance, right? Our standard operating costs. But absolutely, that's part of that green bar, and every time we have a water main break, it just kind of bumps that up a little bit more and creates, tough situations where we have to decide, okay, if we have too many of those in 1 year, what are we taking away? Because we still have a set level of finances at the end of every year that we have to, frame ourselves within, right? And so that's part of this study as well, is just looking at those pipeline failures and saying, okay, what type of replacement program can we implement to where maybe we try and get out in front of these failures and, try to, as best as possible, catch them ahead of time. And that's not saying we're going to be perfect, but it's also not saying we shouldn't try, right? And that's what we're doing here, is we're trying to be prudent as we go into this and recognize that, hey, as we age our system, most of our system was built in the 70s and 80s. So we're looking at, a water system that's coming up on 50 years old in a lot of aspects. And that's not a spring chicken for water pipes, right? So we're trying to get out in front of this and, as best as possible, put a plan in place that leads to a better future for our water system.
And to Lynn's point, when you looked at the other cities, I was the chief of police in Kingsburg and in Atwater. And when I was in Atwater, they had kicked the can down the road on their increases. And when the day came, people were shocked, and they were pretty much outraged that they didn't do the hard work 10 years earlier. They just kind of kicked the can, and we can't do that. It's not fair. It's not fair to the citizens to give them a false sense of security and then hit them with a big bill.
Okay, any other questions? Go ahead, Lynn.
I just have one more comment. So to Mr. Avery's question, can you talk about the intersection between parts of our city, Forest Park, my new neighborhood that I now know, and these water rates? There's a nexus between the two, but all of this increase there's a priority and a way that projects are scaled and planned and implemented. So can you just talk a moment about this water rate increase is likely not going to bring you a new infrastructure by the end of the year? Is that fair? So can you just talk about how that, because you mentioned that in your comments, can you just talk about the relationship between aging neighborhoods and water rate increases?
Yeah, absolutely. So we're constantly looking to prioritize our infrastructure improvements, right? And we're looking for, getting into the risk element of it, right? And risk comprises a lot of things. What is the consequence of something failing? But then also, too, what is the likelihood of it failing, right? And so we're constantly weighing each and every asset in our system to say, okay, if this fails, who's impacted? Because if something fails at the surface water treatment plant, that's 20 million gallons a day of water we're pulling out of our system that we could be supplying to residents, right? So that's what I would categorize as a high-risk asset. So we're constantly looking to maintain things like that, right? But then there are other things like the pipelines that we have, older, aging infrastructure, and we're always looking at those saying, okay, the what ifs, the what if that fails, what do we need to do? And those are all things that we prioritize because age is just a number, right? But it does mean something at the end of the day.
I think that all the time. Age is just a number. I like you, Kevin.
Yeah, and that's how we want to think about it in our pipelines. But it's absolutely something that we consider, and we're constantly evaluating things like age or proximity to a school, or is it near a hospital, right? Those are all pieces of the puzzle that come together that make up our strategy for operating our system.
Any other questions? Okay, I had a couple questions, Kevin and Nick. So the projects are 82.8 million. So I added those up. Is that kind of that list?
Yeah, that sounds
And
right.
so we are projecting that with these increases, we'll maintain that cost of operations, plus get reserves so we can do these projects within moving forward with these 21, 18. Is that sort of the analysis in summary?
Yeah, there was a financial plan set up, so it set up the projects and timing.
Yeah, and
as
dates.
those
Yeah, I saw
projects
the
came.
dates.
So then, on the years when those projects are needed, then in that chart that Kevin had, those were the times that we would kind of build up those funds and spend that money to do that project in those current years or in those years.
And so my question is, when those projects are done and the increase, so in other words, do we get to where we're taking so much more money than we need, or that is never seen? Because we keep increasing, we finish it, it's 82 million. Is there a place where we go, wow, we're taking so much because we've already finished all these things and they're all kind of new? Is that when we just come back and decrease it, or do we keep it? Is there a reserve number that we always want to reach where here's 10 million, but we want to, the reserves, the extra has to be at least 20 million, 25 million just to save for the future? What's sort of our philosophy internally on all that?
Yeah, so Nick mentioned that financial plan, and for the purposes of a water rate study, you look at a core 5 years. Okay. But one of the things that you don't see in the background is we really project out a little bit beyond that and say, okay, there are other projects coming in that we know about that are going to be out into the future. And that's kind of that analysis I was getting at earlier, where we look at and try to be as fiscally prudent as we can while being responsible, to where we look at a project and say, okay, maybe that's not needed in the 5 years, but it's definitely going to be needed by, say, year 7 or year 8. Okay. And those projects reside in those out years. And so while we recognize that, yeah, there is going to be an accumulation of funds, it's accumulating for that project so that it's just off that graph that's not quite seen. And we have those projects laid out, but for the purposes of a rate study, you really look at 5 years, and you want to kind of be on that 5-year cycle, and that's what we're doing here.
And so as a layperson, a resident, I look at it and go, well, why would government not tell me why they keep taking my money? They take it for this, and then now in other words, once you get it, then we can always find projects to justify why we need it, right?
Yeah,
As a person who you're taking my dollars, and you said here, and so now that you get a lot of money, you can go, oh, well, but there's this project, and then there's this project, and then we can find a lot of reasons. Or is it because we don't want to go through this exercise again, that we keep it so that way we can continue to maintain it? Does that make sense?
I think as much as possible, we would love for every rate study to look like 2016, where we come in and we say, hey, this is revenue neutral, we're doing a great job, we're keeping with inflation, everything's great. Maybe that's not all the reality. If I had a crystal ball to say there would never be a COVID again, oh man, I would love it. So I don't necessarily want to say we'll never be back here again, but what I will say is at this time we're doing the best we can, planning our infrastructure and our finances to be as responsible as possible to our water system and our customers, and trying to maintain that 3% as best we can.
I would just say, we also have a water master plan.
Yeah.
There is a plan. We're not just randomly like, oh, I've always wanted to have a pipe right here. And I mean, so I think there's a plan that we're operating from, and as that plan gets adjusted, then the spending could give or take. But I think that's the reassurance that there's a plan, and we're spending toward the plan.
Absolutely.
And maintaining the plan we currently have.
Absolutely,
Right?
yeah.
I mean,
We have our water master plan, which
Right.
goes over our pipeline infrastructure, our
Right.
pumps,
I think
and
that's
that
the
looks,
comfort piece,
No.
I would
you know, a
say.
little
And,
more
and that's
future.
good for the public to know.
Yeah.
You know, this city especially, is very well planned. And so because of that, we continue with that. And then when do we get to where we can start bonding for water again? And then how does that play into the projects and our increases?
So there's an existing water bond that falls off in 2028.
Okay?
And at that point, the water system will not have any other bonds attached to it. So what we're trying to do with this is be as fiscally responsible as possible and maintain our bonding capacity, but we're trying not to bond if at all possible, just in the event that there's, Nick mentioned Sigma, we have a lot of unknowns in terms of, you know, large, high-impact infrastructure that may come in place in the near future as it relates to Sigma and the laws that are hitting. So we're trying to, you know, I mentioned that crystal ball, we're trying as best as possible to plan this, recognizing that there are some high-impact projects that may be coming down the line that aren't even in our current master plan yet. And we recognize that need may be coming, so we're being responsible.
And this planning takes into account the bond debt service going away?
It does.
Okay, I just want to be clear about that. Okay, and then just for the public, this is not a tiered cost, so whatever pipeline I'm in, I can use $1 million and I can use a drop and I'm charged that amount. Is that correct? So I can be the highest user on my block and I just get charged for what I use, but never at an increased rate.
That is correct.
That's what the cases you stated means.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's related to the 3 court cases.
All right. And then I appreciate the outreach you guys have done. I've seen it on social media. I've seen it quite a bit. I think the media has covered it quite a bit as well. 12 outreach, and then you guys are always at the forefront. So Andy, great job on getting at the forefront of that. And then my last question is, why the entire city and not just some parts or parts that, so why are we charging the entire city and not just certain sections? Because this project may only benefit that part. And so help the public understand why we're putting this rate out to everyone.
So a lot of that's related to the cost of service and how we provide water. So if you will, think of it as one system, right? And as we produce a drop of water, it's very difficult to kind of draw that line and say, if you go over X drops of water used, well, now you're costing us more money. Because the reality is the pump is still operating. So what costs me more, right? And so that's what makes it extremely difficult to kind of parse out the when and where of who's using what water and how much and why that costs us more to produce that water. And so when you get into kind of that fine detail and that cost of service analysis, it becomes almost, you know, prohibitive to be able to break that out.
Okay.
And as we get into future technologies and we implement additional technologies down the road, this may become something that becomes possible. But right now, in the current state of our water system, we just don't have the technology in place that allows us to break it out on that level of detail that we could charge that reasonably and equitably.
And so I think, Nick, you answered this last time. So the new tanks, the new projects, a current resident can say, well, that's really for those neighbors up there. If we don't grow anymore, why do I need anything new? That argument is what, invalid? It's, that already is already taken place because the new construction is already paying for the new tanks, but this is only upgrading current tanks? Can you all go through that? The projects, right? Because we have those
Right.
projects.
Yeah, so we looked at the projects and like Kevin said, it's one system. So really there's not different regions that we could separate costs and say, this is only for this region or that's only for that region. And then in terms of new projects, as we talked about in the last presentation, if there was a benefit to the user, we analyzed what that benefit was for something that benefited new development, and then we would parse out like what that benefit was. If that project would go away altogether, we likely would have to find another project to do that would provide that benefit for the user, if that makes sense.
Yes, to me, it makes sense. I
Okay.
just wanted to make sure that the public knows that new construction is still
New construction.
paying for their fair share.
Right, and that's
Yeah,
through
of
the development fee
infrastructure.
program and everything there. So that would cover new construction,
Okay.
and then all those projects are for the actual user,
Okay.
the ones that we listed, and those costs.
Yeah, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, at this time, we're going to go ahead and open up the public portion. And so, oh, wait, not yet, not yet. This is different, so, because of Prop 218. So I have to read this. Okay, the next item on the agenda is the public hearing regarding the proposed adjustments to water rates. Before I open the hearing, I will ask the city clerk to confirm that a notice was mailed to all affected property owners at least 45 days ago, as required by California Constitution Article 13D, Section 6, commonly known as Prop 218. City clerk?
Yes, Mayor. The notices were sent by mail on March 3rd.
Thank you. I now declare the public hearing open. Under Prop 218, any record property owner or tenant directly responsible for paying this fee may submit a written protest. To be valid, the protest must be in writing, it must be signed, it must be submitted to the city clerk before the close of this public hearing. Only one protest per parcel is counted. If a majority of affected property owners submit valid written protests, the council cannot approve the proposed rate increases. We will now open the floor for public comment. We ask that all written protests be submitted to the clerk before the close of this hearing. So at this time, we're going to go ahead and open the public for comment. If you can state your name and give your address for the record.
Hello, Ken Cordelia.
Okay.
That's better. Ken Cordelia, I've got a couple questions. I saw a chart that showed rate increases during a drought. Would those rate increases to apply both to the service, the metered service, and the water rates, or one or the other?
And if you can get all your questions together, then we'll just have the staff address them.
Okay, the
Yeah.
second
So
question
if you can
is,
get ready for those questions, yeah.
second question is, without tiered water rates, how do you encourage conservation? And the third question is, at my house in Harlan Ranch, I only have 40 PSI, and I can't get some of my household chores done at that water rate. Any plans to increase my water pressure?
Okay. Yes, can you answer those, Kevin?
So I'll start with the drought rates. So the drought rate surcharge, that goes on top of the volumetric rate. So the volume rate, you just add, those are adders. So you would add that in a government declared drought, and that would be the new water rate during that drought.
That's for the water itself, not the infrastructure. Okay. thank
Correct.
you.
Yeah, so the infrastructure costs would remain. In terms of how do we encourage conservation, it's going to be a lot of public outreach at this point. So the law has become pretty clear that we can't use the rates we charge folks as a means to enforce or encourage conservation. Just through the guide rails that the law and the legal challenges have given us, that's kind of where that resides.
Is there no clever way to offer some sort of a rebate for savers?
In terms of
Something out, think outside the box?
I'm going to defer to Todd on this, although I would say I don't think we can allow rebates according to the law. So essentially, and this goes to, we've had a lot of questions regarding senior citizen discounts or military discounts. And the law is pretty prohibitive on using collected rates in terms of supplementing others' payments. And so to implement something like that, it has to come from a funding source outside of the rates collected. So that would have to come from some other general fund type of funding that we would use for that. And then in terms of your last question was 40 PSI and Harlan Ranch. So I'll start with I guess the law. So the law is 35 PSI is the minimum during the worst hour of the day. And then during just a standard day, 40 PSI is like a standard, what we call a max day, which would be your worst day in the year, is average in that day is 40 PSI. So 40 PSI is actually like right there at what the law requires. And then in terms of improving that pressure, yes, absolutely. So we talked about, Councilmember Ashbeck mentioned the water master plan. And part of that master plan is putting in infrastructure, and Nick mentioned the water tank. So part of that project is we're installing a new larger water reservoir at our surface water treatment plant. And coinciding that project, there would be an improvement to the pump that actually provides the pressure to the system. So one of the things we're looking at is being able to use that plant pressure more, which would directly affect you in Harlan Ranch, and increase that level of service. And that's where we get into, some of these nuances of a master plan where we talk about the benefit to the public and the benefit to future development. And we have to kind of walk that tension and come up with those based on how we're improving and who's benefiting from those improvements.
Well, then I'll just leave you with one comment. Without a tiered rate charging system, I'm doubtful that public outreach is really going to be effective, because for me as a landowner, I could go plant another lawn and not, pay severely for it. But I encourage you to be creative and find a way to encourage that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken.
Hi there. My name is Joshua Engel. I'm over in the southwestern corner of Clovis, just off of Minnewawa and Ashland. I understand that we are dealing with fundamentally a lot of cost of increasing everywhere, where we've seen that quite extensively over this entire decade so far, whether it's COVID or other concerns domestically, internationally. But the level of cost being discussed is still worrying for a lot of people I know in my own community and around. I mean, we're talking about potentially doubling rates over the next, by 2029 when the final increase occurs, which is going to harm quite a few residents of this city. And I understand there are legal aspects associated with why certain measures can't be taken to remedy this, but we're dealing with people with fixed incomes, or who have disabilities, all that are going to have a hard time managing these cost increases. And for some this won't be as bad, but by the end of this will be like multiple hundreds of dollars extra of water having to be spent, and that will potentially push people out of the city, which will then cause a lessening of revenue and then other problems associated. I do understand the fundamental difficulties and pressure associated with this, but hopefully there can be something be done that will not as much hamper those members of the city who have contributed for, a long time, who might be forced to now rethink how they live or if they still live here as a result because of just how much this is increased. And, going back to an early discussion about the planning of this, we haven't had like a major discussion on something like this for almost 2 decades. We had the cost neutral, as you had mentioned, in 2016, but hopefully we can have more regular meetings because this decade's already been kind of chaotic, and what if the rest of the decade is as well? Then we need to be able to have a plan that will manage potential increases rather than having to react to already bad circumstances. So, yeah.
Thank you, Joshua. Excellent.
Yeah.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Greg Little, and I live near the Clovis High area. This whole conversation so far has mostly been centered around the service charges, and I understand that we need to pay our service charges and get that up to where we need it to be. It hasn't been done in a long time. I'm a little disappointed that it's that high so fast. I would have preferred to see something like 12% over 5 years rather than the big jump, but I understand that part. What we haven't talked about is the volume rates. So the volume rates, right now, it's $1.13 for the first tier. That's going to go up to $2.02 per 1,000 gallons in 2027. So that's an 80% increase in the cost of the actual water that you're using. So for me, I have a recent paycheck, or a recent bill. For me, that's $27.87 in February. February is not a very high rate. In 2027, my water usage alone will go to $81.94. So from 27 to $81.94 the first year. And by 2031, that same rate or that same usage will be $124. So I don't really have much of a problem with the service charge side of it. The usage side was put up very briefly, and we haven't really talked about it. And that's really going to impact people significantly because they have to take showers. They have to use a minimum amount of water, and that first year it's 80% alone.
Can you address that? I think that's something we were talking about, right? Is that will no longer, is that still accurate? Because there's no more tiers
Yeah,
for usage, so.
Yeah, there won't be any more tiers, so we will go to the $2.02 on the volumetric charge. And then one thing I would note is that our bills are bi-monthly, so, we talked a lot about monthly tonight,
Yeah.
and I think we talked about it in our last meeting where there's a little bit of confusion when they look at the bill, and a lot of folks go, even they look at the bottom line, right, and they say, well, Kevin, my bill's $189. We are talking about the water, and I think the gentleman is talking about that. So yes, it's a bi-monthly bill, so it's every 2 months you're paying for it, and we are going to $2.02. To get into the specifics of your bill, I'll be happy to meet with you after the meeting and walk through that with you. Just without those numbers, I couldn't be more.
It's currently $1.13 right now.
Yeah,
and next year
absolutely.
it's going to be $2.02. So that's an 80% increase in that side, in the volume rate.
Yeah, and
roughly. I mean, it might be 78 or 81, and didn't do the exact math, but it's an 80% increase. And so for the usage side of the water, that's really significant. It's gonna triple. Well, it's gonna go from $27.87 to $124 in 2031 if I use the same amount of water. And I understand it's bi-monthly. I've lived here 40 years.
Yeah,
I get
sure.
it. I didn't mean to say monthly if I misspoke, but it's 80%. And then from 27 to 28, it's another 25%. 28 to 29 is another 20%. And then the last 2 years are the 3%. So our usage side is not the $6 and the stuff that we're seeing here. This is a huge amount, and we're not being talked about. We're talking about the service, and I get that. But we're not talking about the volume side, and that's a huge raise.
That's an excellent point. So thank you, Mr. Little.
Hello, my name is Howard Wong. I'm at 127 Cindy Avenue. I want to address
a few things, hopefully in 3 minutes. On your presentation, I think it was being representative. Your energy costs in 3 years went from 2.9 million to somewhere about $5 million. But you don't tell us how much volume of water was being moved. You didn't literally double in energy costs for moving the same volume of water. So that's like overstating something. Also, on your capital expenditures, you said 29, 30, and 32, you're spending $15 million for new projects. That's $45 million in 3 years. Every city has their own budget, and every department has their own capital expenditure costs. So how much of your regular expenditure costs address those special projects? So the $15 million is not really truly $15 million. Without looking at the details, I could say the sky is yellow instead of blue without the details. Your presentation today, and this is the first time I saw this presentation, maybe I did get notification, but the notifications are really poor. I've addressed it with the city manager a few years ago about a different issue, about notification, about shutting down certain intersections for construction, and they mail it, but nobody looks at the mail. If you hire somebody for $17 an hour, he can put pamphlet at each door at least 5 blocks an hour, which is much more cheaper than $1 per pamphlet that you mail. You guys need to do better on notification. This mailing isn't really working, okay? As for the, so tell me, how much truly was the budget capital expenditure for the last 5 years? Can you tell us?
And are those all your points?
No, those are not all my points.
Yeah, I'll have the staff
Okay.
answer some of those more detailed ones.
Your tier system, you're saying by law, you could not use tier system because you can't justify the increased rate. You can only use tier system if you can prove there's an added increased cost. Yes, there is. Per the volume of water you're moving, every time you move 1,000 gallons, the rate as you move more thousands of gallons of water, your electricity costs more. And does not PG&E charge you a tier rate on your usage of your utility? So when you're moving 500,000 gallons of water, it's at this one rate. By the time you move 1 million gallons of water, it's a different rate. That's a justifiable higher cost tier rate. You could use a tier rate. You're just using the easy way out of saying the law says you can't use tier rate, because you're really hurting the regular residential people. Time and time again, especially during the summer, I see in the sewer water going down the drain, and I know what it is. People draining their swimming pool. Every swimming pool has 40,000 gallons of water. Now, they're wasting 40,000 gallons to replenish their pool, and they're not being penalized like they should be. I'm barely at 30,000. This is the part that you guys keep looking at, is you're looking at the minute value of unit costs. These people here do not understand unit costs. I apologize if I disrespect anybody. What I mean is, every one of you guys, just like in any commercial, they tell you a sales cost. What you need to say truly is how much it costs a residential homeowner, what it costs. It is 80%. The first year's jump is 80%. So if your water costs...
Mr. Wong, can you summarize? Then we'll have the staff answer.
What I want to summarize is, I would like to know more details of your proposal that you presented to the city councilman, and the rates, the tier issue, you should be able to address the tier issue.
Okay, thank you, sir. And with regards to some of the questions, Kevin, do you have any responses to some of the ones that are
Yeah, so
responsible?
on the tiered rates, I would just go back to, really that's based on the level of data that you can actually collect on your system. PG&E is a time of use rate, so it's based on the time you use more so than how much you're using in that moment. So, getting into that level of detail, you would have to essentially know when every user in the entire system is using water at what hour, and then have a way to correlate that back to all your pumps and your plants, and then be able to say, okay, who used this drop of water when, and then I could correlate some power cost to it. And that's the technology where I'm saying that we just don't have that level yet. And one day that may be coming where we do have that level of detail. We just don't have it now, and so it makes it prohibitive for us to be able to continue that tier rate discussion.
And no other response from the other ones?
Getting into, I think the gentleman had questions on the capital costs. I don't have those numbers in front of me today, but I would be happy to, meet with them and go over those capital costs. We've done, we have our master plan, which looks at our pipe network and our pumps. We also, just recently, actually in 2024, we completed a very in-depth study of our surface water treatment plant, getting into kind of all the fine details of all the pumps and electronics that go into that. And we plan that plan out over the next 20 years. So when we're talking about the $15 million projects up there, we can get into whatever level of detail would be desired going over those projects.
Go ahead.
Just one, I'm going to go out on a limb here, maybe I might get this wrong, but the capital costs for the water infrastructure are paid out of the Water Enterprise Fund, is that right?
That's correct.
So they're not in our other parts of our general fund budget, other capital dollars. So what the system needs, the system has to generate. So that's the one distinction that I would just point that out.
They still budget certain projects at that point. Every year there's budgeted capital expenditure, no matter what fund you go to. There is a capital expenditure. What I'm saying in that presentation is when they listed the $15 million for 2029, I'm saying how much of that $15 million is already allocated within the budget of your enterprise fund?
I see.
An extra $15 million.
Sure.
Yeah.
And Kevin, you can answer that?
Some of that should have been covered
Okay.
through the normal budgetary system.
All right, now we understand the question, Kevin.
Yeah, and so there's actually a table in the rate study that goes through exactly where all of those funds are allocated. I don't have the table off the top of my head, but we have a capital expenditure table in the rate study, and it'll go through all of the detail on exactly when we plan those monies to be expended, where they fit into the actual budgets and reserves of that year, and how much we're allocating. So that is in the rate study, and I'd be happy to work with you on it if you'd like. It'd be a little bit detailed for this discussion, but if you'd like to come to utilities, we'd be happy to meet with you and go over that with you.
Thank you, Kevin. Go ahead, Mr. Avery.
Again, my name is Mr. Avery, and I haven't changed my name to protect the innocent. I am
Regardless of who you may or may not be related to.
Yes. I am very impressed of everybody that has done their research on this, because I got to admit, my wife said, "You going to that water meeting tonight?" And I said, "No, because I really don't have a point, because I believe all of our cities are sanctuary cities, and the government-imposed sanctions are always taken over the people's vote. And the people don't have a vote because our governor says it's going to happen whether you vote or not. We're going to get it. We're going to get these raises." And Mayor, you said something about this person's going to use a lot of water and this person's going to use a drop of water, and it'll all be the same cost. That's not true. That can't happen. You can't have somebody being on a slip and slide and filling the street up down here, and then the 12 other people have drought-resistant yards, which my street is like 20% drought-resistant yards. I have grass because I love rolling in the grass. I love grass. And I've got a pool in my backyard. When I drain my pool, it costs me $100 to fill it back up because the city charges me. They said, "You've overused your allotment." Now, we've been in that home since 1963. Now, I have seen changes after changes after changes. My alley used to be a dirt lot. I used to work for El Camino Mismacine Construction, that is now Marshall Agee Construction. I was a project engineer that did the city streetscape in the city of Clovis. I was a project engineer who did all the paving on what alleys we did paving, how deep we had to go to replace things, and what we didn't replace. I really have a lot under my belt and knowledge of what goes on. And I'm sorry, I did not research this. I tore the paper up. My wife put a piece of tape on it, put it back together. She says, "You might want to know this information." I hear you talking about everything ages out. Everything ages out. I used to build gas stations. Underground, we would have pumps. and all the dirt would get in these pumps, and we'd have to replace these expensive pumps. When I first started building gas stations, it was like $47,000 to put 3 10,000-gallon tanks in. It's almost $4 million to build a gas station now, because you have sniffers and testers and water sumps and everything else, collection pods, to make sure that we're not hurting our EPA, APCD, our water systems. I haven't heard you say anything about what are we protecting on our aging? Are we stopping the animal feces that's coming through these filtration systems? Are we filling up our aquifers so we aren't sucking the mud out of the bottom of our reservoirs, our aquifers down in the ground? We're sucking every piece of garbage just to get water up, but we aren't containing the water on top of the ground to start filling everything up so that our water stays at a happy medium, and we aren't ruining our pumps. We could save money on maintenance if we just use our heads and hold our water that's coming down from our mountains. And we've got holding ponds everywhere that are just dry. And our fires in LA show that. And it was all over the news. Hey, we let that thing go dry, so your billion-dollar home's burnt down.
If you can summarize, Mr. Avery.
We need to save these pumps.
Yeah, if you can summarize.
What's that?
If you can summarize the 3 minutes, yeah.
My summarize is maintenance. Maintenance, what you're spending your money on.
Yeah.
And things might become lesser. Money never comes back once you take it in a bill. It's never given back. It goes and it's used someplace else. Mm-hmm. So that portion is kind of a, I'm sorry, we're not going to give your money back. We're going to use it someplace else. Yeah. That's my summarize.
Yeah. Thank you. And with regards to the actual cost, I was talking about the cost to the water is the same. Not that the bill, the rate is the same, but yes, if you use more, you will pay more, but you won't be charged a different rate after a certain number of gallons. So there won't be any more tiers. That's what I meant by if you use a drop, it'll still be $2 if you use each gallon versus 1,000. Okay. Yeah. And also, just to let the public know, the city does an excellent job of recharging. We have a lot of recharge basins, and so we are very good stewards of the water that we have, and so that's the credit to the water team here. Mm-hmm. Go ahead, sir.
My name is Neil Mallory. I live on Poston Avenue. I have a few questions. Can you explain the structure of the base rate versus variable rate and how that relates to the reserve versus operating funds? That wasn't very clear in your presentation. And then as far as the reserves go, what percentage of that is going towards city expansion versus renewing equipment for the city? And then you spoke about a financial plan a number of times. Have you guys shared that on the website? I just haven't seen it for the reserves that you discussed. And then what percentage of the rate increase is coming from operations, and what percentage is coming from the capital projects part of this project? You guys gave some graphs, but it wasn't very detailed. I understand, try and make it brief, but also in this type of meeting, it's time for details a little bit. And then just one other comment is maybe put the meter size on the bill. I mean, because I have no idea what my meter is, and that would be an easy place to find it. Thank you.
Thank you, Neil. The base rate variable, is that something we do? There was a question about that. Kevin, if you can speak to that.
That kind of gets into the nuance of rate design, so I'm going to let Todd speak to that because I think he'll be much more productive and informative.
Thank you, Kevin. Could you restate the first question about the service charge and reserves? I wasn't quite following that.
What is the relationship between the base rate and the variable rate when it comes? I'm assuming it has a relationship with the capital projects versus operations.
Yeah. So in terms of what's recovered in the base rate versus the volume rate?
Why did you choose that amount for the base rate?
Well, there's a couple components going in there, but really we've got this service charge, monthly base rate, and the volumetric rate, which is the $2.02. And the base rate really recovers some of those costs that are related to customer activities like billing, the IT services, the utility billing folks, the field service crew going out and reading the meters, field service crew that's going out and talking with the residents when they have questions, pulling the meters, repairing the meters, and that sort of thing. That's really where a lot of that those costs reside, because those are the costs that we need to recover regardless of whether you use a drop of water or not. Whereas the variable rate really does recover just about everything else, the operations and maintenance expenses, maintaining reserves or drawing down reserves, and funding capital projects. I mean, it is a very high level. There's some nuances to that, but that's really how it's broken out.
Okay.
Okay. And then I think with regards to the reserves, we have all that information with regards to what's the expansion and that. So, and then the financial plan is a public document as well, correct?
Yeah, absolutely.
So we can.
The financial plan's actually on the website, so you can download the entirety of the rate study that served as the basis for what we presented tonight on our website. If you still have your mailer, if you follow that QR, fair enough. If you go to our website and go to the utilities page and go to water, there's an actual dedicated page that's called Water Rates 2026. And you can find, we have a frequently asked question there. We actually have the mailer on there. And then in one of the frequently asked questions, we actually have a link to download the full study. So you could read it in your entirety if you wanted to. So the financial plan's in there. And then just to touch on one other thing you had said regarding expansion, that goes back to kind of what Nick talked about earlier. So water rates are paid out, that feeds our enterprise fund, and that is solely for the existing customer. As we get into expansion, we have other things that are called development impact fees, and those are paid by the development community on behalf of the residents that will eventually purchase that home to put in place the infrastructure that would serve them. And so those are two separate funds.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then the one other one was the rate increase. Like, what percentage of it is being driven by operations versus future capital projects?
Yeah, I don't have that number off the top of my head. On the graphic, I mean, you could kind of see that it's relatively small. If I had to hazard a guess, 80-20, but that's more of a guess based on the graphic. I don't have those exact numbers.
Okay, so it's majority coming from operations, not capital projects.
The vast majority of this is driven by the operations and maintenance of the system.
Perfect, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Neil. Excellent questions. Anyone else like to address the council? Yes, sir.
Sorry, Edward Stark. I live in Clovis. Just real quick, development fees. You say you have new water basins and things you want to develop. Shouldn't the developer fees cover any of those? Because you're charging me, because you're going to need more water basins. I just see that you're not charging the developers enough. I mean, 100 houses, if you have 100 houses and you charge them an extra $5,000 on a $350,000 home, that's $500,000. So, I mean, that's only 100 houses. I'm sure we're getting more than that in Clovis all the time. So, are you not weighing it correctly, where you're weighing a lot of it on the citizens versus the developers? Because it sounds like you're saying, well, water basins are for the residents. They're going to pay for their pipes that they're putting in the houses. Well, that's nice that they're putting in the pipes for the houses, but I'm also having to pay for their water basin that they're just getting developed in there. And I'm having them filter more water for the new residents, so I'm picking up the tab for all that, while they're just picking up the tab for the pipes. I mean, it doesn't sound like you're weighing that in. And it sounds like I'm paying for it, and everybody else who's lived here in Clovis, and not the new developer who's getting a discount on his property because he's only paying for that pipe that goes from the street to his house, or from the last street coming into their street and then to the house. You're paying for the pipes, that's great, but you're not paying for the truck that has to go over there to service those pipes. You're not paying for the truck that has to, or the pump that has to, you know, for the next 40 years for that pump. I'm paying for that pump. I'm paying for all that. And I don't mind taking a hike if I'm using the water, but I do mind paying for the 100 new houses that just went out in East Clovis because that developer wanted to make a couple of extra $1 million because he didn't want to pay for it. Got another problem with that, but why am I paying for it? So that's really my question.
Did you want to
And number
read?
two, real
Okay.
quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Is just, you sit there and say, you have this neat little thing where you say, well, you know, if you want to stop this rate increase, you only have to bring in 50% of the written mailers that you had signed that says, I don't want this rate increase, which is 25,001 using your numbers. So I have to bring in 25,000 people, residents, release the paper that says, hey, we don't want this rate increase, then you got to vote no. So the chance of you voting no on it are pretty slim. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the new development, current resident is, can you help explain that again? So that way, current residents are assured that our development impact fees, that we've assessed or analyzed all that.
Yeah, absolutely. So when we showed that slide tonight, that we had a kind of a specific word up there because we wanted residents to understand that that is only the user cost. So in some of those projects, when we put in like the recharge basin Nick talked about earlier, that basin had a cost next to it of about $1 million. But that $1 million is only what's attributed to the user share. There's also a developer component that we don't show on that graphic that they're paying part of the cost of that basin. And likewise, if you go through our master plan, our water master plan, there are additional recharge projects, additional tank projects, even a new surface water treatment plant that'll eventually go in. And all of those are attributable to development in the future. And so we have that breakdown, and that's what we're looking to get at. So when we show these costs, those are only the costs that are associated to the benefit of the existing customer, not to the benefit of the future customer.
And trust us that this debate of developers and their share, it's constant of, is it related to their new development? So that's something that I think is studied pretty intensely and reviewed by developers, residents, and the council. So, yeah, so the question is, why aren't we weighing it more heavily on the developer? And I think the law kind of dictates what you can, it's kind of a nexus study. And so if there is no nexus to the new development, we can then be sued for overcharging what they did not, or they aren't responsible for. So that's a pretty detailed, expert to expert kind of discussion back and forth with our water department and developers that it's a yearly wrestle that we have. So, yeah. But we're not trying not to charge them. That's for sure. We've always had the policy of development pays its own way. And so because of that, we are pretty firm with what we charge developers. Go ahead, Mike.
I was just going
Did
to say,
you wanna
one of the
Yeah.
things that all of those capital projects aren't just because Clovis is growing. So I've lived here for 40 years, and I've used my share of water and pipes and pump stations and all the rest. So it's not just new development. It's actually none of that, I think, to the mayor's point. So I think there's a distinction between all of us that live here. It reminds me of street sweeping. A lot of people say, well, I don't want my street swept. I don't need to pay for it. Well, do you drive on Shaw Avenue? Yeah. Well, do you want that swept? Kind of. So like we all have to pay for the system of water in this case, or street sweeping. So I think that's the difference. But you can rest assured that developers are paying plenty to put in pipes and all the rest, and they'll tell you, this man here worked for the building industry for 20 years. He spent 20 years saying, paying too much. So rest assured that's not part of this calculation.
Go ahead, Mike.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council, Mike Prandini, 2062 Alamos in Clovis. And one of the things that people, I guess, would cost you a fortune to deliver this document, which is the rate study and the design of the system, the projects that it pays for, the maintenance it pays for. So it's a very, it's a thick document. I downloaded it back in January when you first had this item heard, and I do understand and, you know, not necessarily pleased with it, but I understand what you guys are trying to deal with. The water system and the sewage system and the operations of Clovis has always been first rate. You're not backing down from charging the rates necessary to maintain your system, and I support that. And the issue of development impact fees, yes, the developers pay their fair share. Believe me, I've been there, I've talked to the staff, they provide the nexus, they fully report what it costs to build the new infrastructure. Developers put in all the infrastructure, all the new infrastructure typically, unless it's a water storage tank. But believe me, the developers are paying for that expanded service. Now, ultimately, when it's completed and the residents move in, they're going to pay these rates like everybody else. So they're going to be contributing to the overall maintenance and fiscal responsibility of the city and the operation of the water system, which is, you don't want the water system to fail. You don't want major breaks. I mean, you've had some major breaks out on Herndon due to some construction issues way back when. I think the staff has made changes to how these lines are installed so they last longer. And there's areas, I believe there's still areas within the city that may have old iron pipe. So and this gentleman probably has those in his subdivision. It's been there so long. But anyway, in closing, I do support the report and the staff on their recommendation. And in addition, when you're talking about bonding, whenever you issue bonds, you have to provide what they call coverage, which means your payment has to be covered in the reserves in the water fund by 20% over what your annual debt service is. So if you got a $100,000 debt service, you got to have reserves of $120,000. So all those kind of things come into play when the staff is working out a financial plan. And believe me, that water master plan is very important. I don't know when it's going to be updated, but it will show what is needed in the system to provide for the planned growth in this city, which I know is, I forget what the population projection is over the next 20 years, is over 200,000 people, right? Yeah. So you're going to have to provide the financial support for the water system, and there may be some, obviously, you're going to be looking at sewer rates, refuse rates in the future, but the council has never shied away from taking care of business and providing the financial stability that's needed to operate these systems. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mike. Anyone else?
I'll keep it short and sweet. I know everybody wants to go home, probably tired. I just want to say, hi, my name's Gabriella. I'm a Clovis resident. My husband and I have been residents of Clovis for almost 3 years now. I just want to start off by saying I can't speak for everybody, but I'm pretty sure that most people in this room are quite aware of the fact that infrastructure improvements are needed. We understand that things are outdated and those advancements are necessary. I don't think anybody shall or would deny that. I think when we were, watching your presentation, there was discussion about inflation, service costs, the fact that when you're working with outside agencies and corporations, you need to be aware of those costs and the ramifications of it. However, there was a lot of discussion about inflation on your end, but with rising costs, that also affects the residents of the city. The rising costs are affecting people who live here, and when it comes to these exponential increases, we have to think about how a lot of people here are on fixed incomes. My husband and I are privileged where we have stable careers, and the fiscal responsibility may not affect us deeply, but we have a lot of family that will have to incur these costs. And
I don't know how everybody, gets by these days, but salary increases aren't happening at the rate that they probably should. And that's not the subject of this meeting, but when you're talking about incurring costs due to inflation, you got to think about who's actually paying for those costs. And a lot of people brought up very good data and research, which I'm very impressed about. I've been in the public sector for over 10 years. I'm very acquainted with regulatory framework as well as abiding by the law and having to, deal with those matters. I'm very acquainted with master plans and general plans. I understand it, reviewing those myself. But people want to be heard because they're going to be paying for these things. And so I think what you have to reflect on as councilmen is how is this going to serve the public, as well as how are you going to help them deal with these increased costs when everybody is paying dearly at this time, especially. So that's what I wanted to leave off with. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabriela.
Hello, my name is Steven Trevino. I live on Bullard. Just recently, I was out buying some groceries. I noticed some people at Walmart and Dollar General, barely enough money to buy their groceries and everything else. And I'm thinking about the people that live in my neighborhood. Many of them are retired now. They're not working. They're on Social Security, disability, all these things. They're living with their brother, their sister, their mother, their father, whatever. And I realize that you're talking about these water rates. You're going to charge $20, $30, $40 more. And I know for a lot of people, that's not very much money. But when I go to the store and I see a woman, trying to pay for their stuff, and they're taking stuff out of their baskets to pay for their food, it's kind of sad, And I wonder what's going to happen when some of these people get their water bills, and you see all these different costs for the garbage cans and the sweeping and all this and that, and they're just adding pennies, You go to the store, I've been to Walmart and Dollar General, and I see these people paying with their dollar bills and their pennies and their nickels or whatever else, A lot of us, we take a lot of things for granted, but there's people out there that are hurting, and I hope that these water rates. I hope the city of Clovis has some kind of plan for people who can't pay their water bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Trevino. Anyone else?
Yes.
Okay.
Erin Wink, Clovis High area. Like a year ago, Mayor Montour brought up the issue that people were stealing water from the fire hydrants. What factors is that into our rate increases? Because I know you guys don't monitor the hydrants, and you are selling permits that some people can get water from there legitly, some people can't. So how is that factored into our rate increase? Are we absorbing what's being stolen?
Do you have your other questions? Why don't we just get all? That's the only one?
It.
Okay.
Because I don't understand how you can just sell permits and not monitor that.
Okay. And so, Kevin, can you answer that? I mean, the rest of us aren't absorbing that, are we?
Yeah, so we have water losses in our system, and this accounts for things like leaking pipes, stolen water, any myriad of ways that water, we just call it unaccounted for water. It amounts to, Nick, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's about 3.5% of our overall water consumption an entire year is unaccounted for water. And that is absorbed into the system, but I would say stolen water is a small fraction of that. And we constantly monitor for stolen water. We have wonderful partners in PD who, if we find out that this may be occurring, we have specialty cameras that they will go out and set up. So we're constantly monitoring for situations like this. And stolen water is a very, very small percentage of even the unaccounted for water.
Can I make a suggestion regarding that?
Absolutely.
Is that since, like I found out, you are allowed to sell permits for people to legitimately go to fire hydrants, because we listened to him say, they're stealing our water, this is bad, right? Is there a way, when you issue a permit, you issue a tag or something to the vehicles that legit can get the water? That way, if someone's passing by, like the Me and Ed's on Shepherd and Valor, they said they have 18 people come through minimum a day taking water from that fire hydrant. I know for a fact not all of them are legit. If you start looking because you're all, that person's being shady, they'll take off before Clovis PD has a chance to get there. If you call on one that has the, just a way to differentiate between the two so you know who's legit and who's not.
Thank you.
That would be
Mary.
my recommendation.
Thank you. Anyone else like to address the council? Okay. No more. We're going to go ahead. This time, hearing no further comments, this is the last opportunity to submit a written protest before the hearing is closed. And so, any protest being submitted? Okay, I declare the public hearing closed. Madam Clerk, please announce the total number of written protests submitted.
Yes, Mayor. The city received a total of 76 written protests.
All right, Mr.
Okay.
Mayor and council, the number of written protests received does not constitute a majority protest under Proposition 218. As you may have heard, would require at least 50% plus one of all parcels to be served to submit a formal written protest. Again, a reminder, this is not a vote. This is for a property-related fee, so it's much different than a tax or an assessment. This is a property-related fee, so this is the majority protest proceeding. So the council is authorized, because there has been no majority protest, to proceed with item 16B on tonight's agenda if you so choose.
Okay. Any further discussion from the council on this item? If not, I would accept a motion for approval for items 16B.
I'll make that motion.
Okay, can we get a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for item 16B. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, the motion carries. Thank you very much for the presentation. Go ahead, Lynn,
Just
if you have some
one,
comments.
to those folks who commented tonight, I don't think I've ever heard more thoughtful comments on an issue that's sort of complicated. So thank you for taking the time to be here. Thank you for reading it, looking at the website, raising questions that hopefully our staff took notes. So we appreciate that. To your point, that it wasn't 25,000 people that were going to protest it and it was going to pass, legit. But I do think that our community has invested. We are enjoying a water system today that somebody 30 years ago thought was a good idea. None of us, but somebody thought it was a good idea. And that's what this is about. So we will take care of your resources. We'll take care of your taxpayer dollars. We'll keep an eye on your neighborhood. We got to figure out if Forest Park needs help. But thank you all for being here. Appreciate it.
Thanks again. Okay.
Mayor,
Go ahead, Matt.
I have to go take care of an issue real quick, so I got to step away off
Sure.
the dais for 15
Okay.
to 30 minutes, and I'll be back.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilmember Basco. Okay. Next is item 17. Consider approval of resolution approving a street plan line for Clovis Avenue from Beeheimer to Copper Avenues, Minnewawa Avenue from Shepherd Avenue to Enterprise Canal, Beeheimer Avenue from Willow to Sunnyside Avenues, International Avenue from Willow to Peach Avenues, and Copper Avenue from Willow to Sunnyside Avenues, and approving associated California Environmental Quality Act addendum to the 2014 General Plan EIR, the Heritage Grove. Staff on this is Sean Smith and Thad Avery. Okay, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Before I start, I want to point out some obvious changes in front of you. There's a memorandum of revisions. The staff report, the subject line differs from what you see on the screen, because the plans contained a more detailed description of the street segments, and it was appropriate to update some of the information in the staff report on the slides and in the resolution to be more accurate. I also want to point out that staff worked with flood control staff adjacent to their basin on Copper, and there is a revision to the plans that wasn't wasn't made, it should have read 62 feet of right-of-way from center line south to the right-of-way instead of 66 feet. So that was another revision that is made to the plans, and a small exhibit is there presented for you. So now that I've gone through that, I'm going to continue on with the rest of the presentation tonight. So tonight, we're requesting that you consider these plan lines for these various street segments, and also the addendum associated with it, because this is a project, so we have to do some environmental work, and that's what the addendum is to the 2014 General Plan EIR. Now, one of your questions might be, what is a plan line? And it's really an extension of the general plan, the circulation element, and then it just provides a more detailed alignment of where these roads are. And we don't need to do them on all roads because oftentimes they just follow property lines. But there are times that we have constraints, like the Enterprise Canal or big park spaces that we want to see, or maybe there's a lot of rural residential properties and we're mindful of the impacts we might have to them. So in those cases, we consider maybe it's appropriate to do a plan line, which would then allow the developers to have some certainty that this is where the city wants to see the road, instead of doing it piecemeal by piecemeal with each project. It also, one of the other benefits is it gives certainty to those residents that are out there. They know what the impacts are going to be way in advance before they're coming. So I want to first point out that we have previously adopted this section of Clovis Avenue as a plan line, excuse me, Clovis from Shepherd to Beeheimer. So we're not going to be talking about that one tonight. That one's already been done. This section here of Minnewawa, north of the Enterprise, and the section of International east of Peach, we're not going to talk about that tonight either. There's still a considerable amount of discussion that needs to happen regarding this segment, specifically the intersection of International and Minnewawa. The plan lines that I do ask for you to consider are shown here in red, so this would be reflected in the modified text also on the slides and in the memorandum of revision. So this is a section of Minnewawa, Shepherd to the Enterprise Canal. This is a section of Clovis north of Beeheimer, okay, and so on and so forth. So in going through this process, we've met several times with property owners, stakeholders. So it might be like Clovis Unified, FID, flood control, name any developer that you can think of, and all the owners out there. We sent mailers to every single property within the Heritage Grove area and asked for their input. We also, like I mentioned before, we updated the general plan EIR because this is considered a project. Even though there is no construction that comes from it, it is still by law considered a project. The end result of all of this is we come to you with these plan lines, what we believe is the best reasonable implementation of the circulation element, and we seek your approval of this plan line. So that plays into my requested action for you to consider and adopt the plan lines for Clovis, Minnewawa, Beeheimer, International, and Copper, the segments that I've listed before. I also ask that you approve the addendum to the 2014 General Plan EIR, and then a following action would be that we would come back for that intersection of International and Minnewawa and consider that at a later date. That is the extent of my presentation, and here if you have any questions.
Are there any questions of staff? Go ahead.
Just one. So plan lines are not roads, they're just lines. Can you just comment, these are all these intersections that have come before us in varying issues with safety and people getting hit by cars and all of that. Can you just factor in safety meets plan lines, or does that enter into your thinking? Or I know it's probably too soon, but can you just, there is a nexus between a plan line and future safety. So I don't know, can you just comment on that at all?
Well, the plan line is taking that road that we've got drawn just as a sketch on the circulation element, putting more detail to it, and some of that detail might consider like the speed the intersections, the visibility there. And by doing this, we're planting our flag, so to speak, so the public and developers know we've thought about public safety ahead of time.
That's fair. Thank you.
And does this make it where if someone comes in and wanted to change, it'll be more difficult? It becomes more part of the general plan, what our vision is. That's what we're doing, sort of solidify and make it more official.
We're solidifying it, but there's still a chance for revisions if it's
Okay.
appropriate. This isn't set in stone.
So when they do, does it come through a GPA now after this action, where if they wanted to change any of these? Or is it still, as it develops, they can kind of tweak a little bit, or no?
I would think the first step, Mayor, would be to modify the circulation element before we go
Okay.
to this detail. So that would be
later.
the update to the general plan.
Okay.
Yeah, this is just adding clarity to what's gone before. It would follow some heavy lifting.
Okay. Any other questions of the staff? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and open the public portion. Anyone in the public like to address the council on this item? Okay, seeing none, we'll close the public portion, and if there are no further questions, seek a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the plan lines as outlined by staff.
Get a second?
Second.
Okay. We have a motion and second on the floor. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? I think we'll have one, is it abstention? Because, yeah, we just know for the record that Councilmember Basco had to step out, and so he will be an abstention on that one. Okay, next will be item 18. Provide direction, update on status of the Maintenance Community Facilities District. And Kevin Tuttle, you're back.
You're back again, Kevin.
Yeah. New team. And if we can
Thank you,
introduce
Mr.
all the
Mayor.
staff for us, yeah.
Members of the council, yes, I am back. As if water rates weren't fun enough for one night, we bring back a community facilities district. So we're really here tonight to receive some directions. So we're in the process of developing a maintenance community facilities district on behalf of the city. And tonight we'll be here to seek some direction on some of the elements of the maintenance CFD. So as we stated, my name is Kevin Tuttle. I'm Assistant Public Utilities Director for the city. With me, I have Sarah Yanovsky. She is our Principal Utilities Engineer, and she'll be here to support in questions. And to my right, I have Ed Espinoza from Francisco & Associates, and he is our expert on all things CFD. Also, an honorable mention is Konstantin Baranov with Lozano Smith. He is our specialty legal counsel who is helping us through this process. So in terms of community facilities districts, CFDs as they're commonly called, they're special financing districts. They're established under the Mello-Roos Community Facilities Act of 1982, and they're created specifically to fund public services and infrastructure. There are a couple different types of CFDs, but really we're here to talk about maintenance CFDs, and there are special taxes that are collected annually, and their primary purpose is for ongoing maintenance. And this can be anything from landscaping, parks, street lighting, traffic, streets, and anywhere in between. So for the city of Clovis, CFDs are not new to us as a city, and you might recognize some of these slides if you remember back to March of 2025. It was actually he's now our assistant city manager, but Paul Armendariz was the one presenting on these slides back in 2025. And this is the update, so some of this may be repetitive, but we thought it was important to bring it back to the public since it's been a little bit. So we have a services CFD number 2004-1, which is our police and fire services, and that was approved in 2004. We also have CFD number 2020-1, which is actually an infrastructure and maintenance CFD, and that provided funding for the Dry Creek Preserve sewer facilities and services, and this was Woodside Homes, and it was specific to that development, and that was established in 2020. There are some regional examples of CFDs and specifically maintenance CFDs that are being currently executed in a successful manner. The city of Fresno has a maintenance and operations CFD. Also, the city of Moreno Valley, Roseville, Folsom, and Lincoln all have maintenance CFDs. And it was really useful in having these as references, right? So we're not necessarily being the pioneers here. We had some building blocks to work from, and that's what we're anticipating with this maintenance CFD that we're looking at. So why consider a CFD? We'll use streetlight and traffic signals budget as kind of a specific example of just the need of a CFD and a maintenance CFD in particular. So over the years, the streetlight and traffic signal budget has varied, and that's a general fund funded budget, and it has the general fund component, but it also has a discretionary fund component. In this case, HUDA is used as a supplementary funding source for this budget. And as you can see in this graphic, the red line is PG&E, and you kind of see that trending up, and then we just have the total expenditures. As the city expands, the expenditures continue to go up. And at some point, you have to make a tough decision. Do we continue to increase our general fund allocation to this budget, in which case we're taking that away from other services, right, because we're paying for streetlights and traffic signals, or do we get it from our discretionary funds like HUDA, where we start taking from those HUDA funds to supplement this budget? And one of the things we found is that both of these have eventual limits, where we're going to hit a point as the city expands where now we're having to find possibly even a third source of funding to fund this as we expand. And so the decision we came to was, okay, can we establish another funding source on these future developments where that future development is eventually paying for itself, even its maintenance component? And that is...
Can you describe what HUDA is for?
Yeah, that's the
I know what it is, but
that's the highway users tax. So that's a discretionary funding source that comes back to us in the form of a tax that's collected on gas tax, and it comes back to us, and we can spend it on streets projects. For instance, that funds a large portion of our Cape and Slurry Seal projects, and so as we use more of that funding for keeping the streetlights on, that's less streets projects that we're actually performing, which is less than ideal. And so that's why we get to this point where we're considering this maintenance CFD, is as new development comes in, this would establish a funding source where that maintenance would eventually pay for its own way in terms of its street lighting or potentially other services. And at this point, I will hand it off to Ed to continue.
Thank you, Kevin. Good evening, City of Clovis. It's great to be with you again this evening to discuss why the City of Clovis should consider a maintenance CFD. So first and foremost, as you all, I'm sure, recall, the city has an existing landscape maintenance district that currently funds the maintenance of parks and landscaping throughout the city. However, that LMD, as we call it, is not authorized to fund other improvements such as streets, street lighting, stormwater, and traffic signals. So to close the gap on some of these funding shortfalls that Kevin was describing, or to fund any of these other improvements, another special financing district would need to be formed to cover those costs. CFDs are the trend in the state of California, throughout the state, and one of the primary reasons that's the case is because CFDs are authorized to fund a broad list of improvements and services. And the list, as you see it there in that second bullet point, covers everything from landscaping, street lighting, parks, all the way to police and fire. As a matter of fact, as Kevin described on an earlier slide, the city currently has a CFD that funds police. Also, special taxes are levied under CFDs, which are not assessments. And the reason that's an important point is because for assessments, public agencies need to adhere to the special benefit requirements under Proposition 218. Special taxes provide public agencies a lot more flexibility in how to develop tax rate structures and the tax rates themselves, and also up to 100% of the cost of the impact that new development has on the ongoing operations and maintenance budget for the city can be recovered through a CFD. Also, the annual process and accounting is a lot more streamlined compared to assessment districts such as your LMD. You may recall for your LMD, we, by law, have to bring forward an engineer's report every year. It's a 3-step council meeting process. That's not required for a CFD. We just have to do state reporting and obviously track revenues and expenditures. But the engineer's report and that extensive public hearing process is not a requirement under CFDs. To form a CFD, it can be initiated by a property owner or a developer by signing a petition. From there, the next step is to develop the maximum tax rates and coordinate with the developer or the property owner to approve them, because we can't form the CFD without property owner approval or registered voter approval if there's more than 12 registered voters within the formation area. But here we're talking about the context is new development. So for new development, it's generally speaking property owners or the developer that's forming or authorizing the formation of the CFD. So in developing the maximum tax rates, because again, it is a special tax, the city does have a lot of flexibility. Public agencies in general have a lot of flexibility to develop these tax rates. They can be set up in a way where it's one aggregate tax, and that provides public agencies with the most flexibility in terms of how you utilize your funds from year to year. Or they can be segregated into improvement categories. So for example, one tax rate for landscaping, a separate tax component for street lighting, and another for parks. But doing it that way does constrain the city in terms of how you utilize your funding from year to year. Also, as part of the formation process, what's called a future annexation area can be established. The purpose of future annexation areas is to streamline the annexation process, and it makes the timeline for annexations a lot shorter, and it's also more cost-effective. So as compared to assessment districts, every time an assessment is, a property is being annexed into an assessment district, you still have to justify the assessment rate and benefit the property and all that. With the CFD, it's the annexation process is much more streamlined through this future annexation area concept that we'll get into a little further in a subsequent slide. The formation process requires 3 city council meetings, and the timeline can span anywhere from 3 to 6 months, depending on the development and the nuances of the development and what's being funded and the analysis required. But generally speaking, it's a 3 to 6 month process to form the CFD. There's a public hearing also that's part of the formation process. So what does the future annexation area do, and what does it mean? So as I stated on the earlier slide, future annexation areas are established at the time of CFD formation, and what it does is it allows subsequent development to be annexed in with property owner approval. If a future annexation area was not included as part of the formation process, annexations into a CFD would look a lot like the formation process. 3 council meetings, a public hearing. It's a very extensive process. So the future annexation area, including it at the time of formation, streamlines that process, doesn't require the 3 city council meetings, the public hearing, and that extensive timeline. So that's why it's commonly used now with the formation of new CFDs across the state. The annexation of territory.
Ed, I have a question on just
Sure.
future annexation. Does that require any studies, or is that just something where we label an area that we're growing into?
Yes, it doesn't require any study because the future annexation area, property isn't part of the CFD until it's formally annexed in via property owner approval. So what it really is, Mayor, is a map on the boundary map that gets recorded with the county. The future annexation area will be delineated.
Yeah.
But really what it's intended to convey is that any property after formation can go through the streamlined annexation process.
And it's a may, not a must.
May.
Okay.
It's a may, not a must. That's correct.
Okay.
Yes. The annexation of territory, again, this is in the context of new development, so less than 12 registered voters. requires property owner approval. So that's where the may, because property cannot be annexed into the CFD without property owner or usually developer approval in the case of new development. And then also tax zones can be established for each CFD annexation. And the benefit of having the ability to set up tax zones is you can establish a different tax rate by development. So a common example is you may have a development that has an HOA, and a lot of the in-tract or neighborhood landscaping, neighborhood parks are perhaps maintained through the HOA assessment. Those developments don't need a very high CFD tax rate because a lot of the improvements are privately maintained through their HOA. As compared to perhaps another development that may bring in a few neighborhood parks that are city maintained, lush landscaping, things of that nature that require, that are costly and require extensive maintenance for the city. Those neighborhoods would generally have the higher tax rates because the city would need to collect the revenue annually to pay for those expenses and the future capital replacement of playground structures and street lighting and irrigation systems and things like that. City council approval for each CFD annexation under the future annexation area concept is not required, but it's recommended for transparency and proper record keeping. So we do recommend that although that three-step council meeting process with a public hearing isn't required, that at a minimum, we bring the annexations to council for one meeting and adopt a resolution just for proper record keeping and transparency. This is an example of a CFD with a future annexation area. This is in the city of Lincoln. This CFD was formed back in 2018. And it's a little hard to see here, but the dashed or dotted line, it looks like, is city limits. You can see city limits there. It's like the middle line or the middle boundary. The solid black is actually the future annexation area. And in this case, the city of Lincoln, because it's growing, it's a city that's growing very rapidly, decided to make their future annexation area their sphere of influence. And it was, and the reason they set it up this way is to clearly convey the intent that all their new growth areas were eventually going to be part of the future annexation area, and upon annexing into the city, all new development would be annexing into this existing CFD. So this is an example of a CFD with the future annexation area, but again, back to your question, Mayor, it's just because you're in the future annexation area does not mean you're within the CFD until the time that the city receives property owner approval to annex, and the property owner or the developer has an opportunity to approve the tax rates. And again, we recommend that the annexation be brought forward to council for approval, adopting a resolution, and then also a notice of special, what's referred to as a notice of special tax lien, is recorded with the county recorder's office. And so any homeowner buying a property, that the CFD is disclosed to them via that notice of special tax lien through title documents. This table here is also representative of the CFD in Lincoln, and what this is intended to demonstrate is the difference in the tax zones and the tax rates established for the CFD. So what Lincoln did is they established two tax components. You see in the two middle columns, there's what they refer to as the citywide component. The citywide component is exactly what it implies. It's a tax. It's the tax component that all new development is asked to pay for quote unquote citywide improvements. So community parks, major roadways, things that provide a citywide benefit, regional stormwater facilities, things like that. And then you have the localized component. The localized component, you may notice the rate varies greatly depending on the tax zone. And the way those tax rates are derived are based on the local neighborhood improvements that each new development brings in and ultimately will turn over to the city for maintenance. And so this goes back to the example of, you'll notice some of the localized component tax rates, they're very low, under $20. As a matter of fact, tax zone 16 has a $0 localized component, and the reason that is because that particular tax zone, those neighborhoods have an HOA, so there's no localized tax. All the improvements, local improvements associated with those areas are privately maintained. However, they are asked to pay their share of the citywide cost to offset the maintenance of quote-unquote citywide improvements. And it's something that, this concept is something that Kevin will get into a little later in the presentation. At the very far right column, it's the total max tax rate. So the total max tax rate is the combination of the two, the sum of the citywide and the localized component. What's established at the time of CFD formation and each subsequent annexation is the maximum tax rate. Each year, city staff and city council has an opportunity to levy below the maximum. So the maximum is the cap, but similar to your LMDs, should, for whatever reason, the budget requirements require less, then in any given year, the city can levy less than the maximum, but never greater. And to keep up with inflationary costs and maintenance and utilities, we always recommend that at the time of formation, the CFD, include an annual escalator so that the maximum tax rate can keep up with increases in maintenance and operations.
Okay, so some of the takeaways, and this has been something that's kind of hit hard tonight, but, PG&E just continues to get more expensive, and that's across water, it's across streetlights. Each component that we touch has, seemingly PG&E, and PG&E rates continue to go up. So we're continuing to take that into consideration and find creative ways to, fund this going into the future. Streets, streetlights, signals, parks, these are all continuously being added with each new development that comes into the city, and each one of those has their own unique funding component that we have to find funds to maintain. And so we're looking to establish a long-term sustainable funding mechanism, and we know we have limited highway users tax, and we know that there's a reliance on general fund that's going to continue, and that we have to account for that. So with this CFD, we can establish these special tax components, and this allows us to fund citywide components that we know are going to be continued to be burdened by new development. We can fund localized components, where now our streets have a funding mechanism that isn't reliant on state or local funds, but it's truly local because the development is paying for itself. And this is helpful in terms of the HOA private development kind of split that we have, where these localized components can be excluded, but we're continuing to recover funds for the citywide components that are impacted. And this different tax component for landscaping and parks it helps us move away from maybe what's a little bit more of a lumbering LMD component that we've established. The CFD helps us navigate some of the hurdles that has. So with that, what we're really here to talk about tonight is the authorized services. And the full list of authorized services was included as an attachment to the staff report. But we're here to talk about what these authorized services are that we're going to fund through the CFD. And I would note that this is going to be a critical component in establishing the CFD, because once we establish this, we can't go back and say, hey, oh wait, we want to add to it. Once it's established, it's established. And those are the components that we'll fund through the CFD. So new services can be added after we form this, and we cannot duplicate services that are already funded. So we can't double tax the resident through this CFD component. So I had a note on the previous slide, but we'll get into these individual authorized services, but we want these to be broad in nature. So as we describe these authorized services, we want it to be broad because we want it to encompass anything that we may see in the future in terms of parks. So we don't want to get into maybe the specific of every little park component like pour in place or the specific structure. We want it to be broad and encompassing so that it allows for freedom for future development to put in the features that they would like, but also provides us a mechanism to fund the maintenance of that going on in perpetuity. So it's, if you read it and you go, man, this sounds like very broad, like it's casting a wide net, intentionally so. That's the way we're trying to gear the CFD. So in terms of citywide services, we're looking at things like regional parks and community parks. And when we talk about these citywide impacts, it's the proportional impact of new development on this existing service, right? Because we mentioned that we can't supplant something that is already funded, but we can fund the proportional impact of new development on that citywide service. So things like major road street lighting and signals, landscaping, open space, or stormwater improvements that are city-owned, we can fund those through those citywide services component. And then likewise, when we get into the localized services, now think more of neighborhood specific, right? We're talking about the neighborhood parks, these pocket parks we have, neighborhood landscaping, if it's an enhanced entry feature, something like this would fund that. Also with localized street maintenance, when we're doing Cape and Slurry, you know, those projects can be funded through this, as well as street lighting and stormwater. And I included it as an asterisk down there, but one thing just to mention is that administrative expenses are also built into this, as well as the reserve component, just to, you know, for financial prudence, we include that. So the status of this and the next steps, so back in March of 2025, Council provided staff direction to continue to investigate these maintenance CFDs and to bring back, you know, a status update on where we're at in this. And so staff have been working diligently, and tonight we've brought back the authorized services, which are going to set the groundwork for what will be funded through a maintenance CFD should one be established. And then the next steps, should council provide direction to proceed forward with the authorized services, we would look to establish a CFD special tax structure and begin developing those rates that Ed was just talking about. And then as we identify the initial boundary and the project for the CFD, we would look to come back to council and follow up with a workshop to present those rates and also the boundaries of the new CFD. And ultimately, we would adopt a resolution of intention, which essentially establishes this CFD. We call it a kernel project. It's that first project in. And that would have the public hearing and the landowner election also tied to it. And with that, staff are available for questions.
Any questions of staff? Go ahead, Matt.
I apologize, I missed the first part of this, but who's paying for this?
So this will be a special tax levied on future developments. So as we...
So when you say future developments, is the developer paying for this, or is this going to the
resident?
The resident? Okay.
Yes, yeah.
I don't think tonight is a good night to be bringing up a tax of any kind. So, I mean, when we start talking about, you know, new taxes and stuff like that again, I'm already cringing at the idea of this, and it may be beneficial as we go through this down the road, but I don't know. I'm not seeing it right now. So that's just my thoughts on where we're going, because I'm concerned about, you know, we raised rates on water right now. Now we're talking about a new maintenance district and how we're going to, you know, pay for other things and infrastructure, when we just said we're going to pay for infrastructure and through waters and stuff. We passed Measure Y to help pay for parks, and even though the majority goes to public safety, and now we're looking at doing something else. So I'm kind of having a little heartburn with the whole tax rate. Not the work you're doing, just the idea that we're talking about a tax increase of some sort, or a tax at all.
Yeah, understood. And I would just add a note to that this will be on future development. So we're not talking about any existing ratepayers today. This is on new developments as they come in. This will be a special tax on those new developments to pay for their specific infrastructure. And I guess the purpose of this would be to actually lighten the load on the existing taxpayer, right? Because as we continue into the future and we continue these developments that are coming in, each new development provides an additional tax burden on the system as a whole, right? And
Right.
so the intent of this is, as we bring in those new developments, this tax is to allow them to pay for themselves and not spread that burden out across the system. So this is really designed to alleviate some of the burden on the existing taxpayer, who their general fund is going to pay for these new components if we don't provide a funding mechanism otherwise, right? So
Right.
if we continue to develop and don't do a project like this, all those new streetlights are taking from some funding source, whether it's, I mentioned HUDA or I mentioned general fund, right? The option is either we increase that funding on those and we provide either more general fund, or we take our discretionary funds away from street maintenance projects to pay for that lighting. Or, I mean, you know, I guess the option would be to turn the lights off, but we really feel like this is a more sustainable funding mechanism, that as we continue to grow, that growth continues to pay for growth, and now even on the local component.
Okay. I understand that part of it,
Yeah.
going towards the new ratepayers and whatnot still, but it's still another,
No, that's well received.
you know, it goes into the added cost of, and I know we need to figure out a way for some of the infrastructure and new development, but I don't know, I think the overall cost as we keep building homes and everything else that goes with it, especially, you know, we're gonna have rate increases from other items that we passed recently as well, too, to the overall cost of a home, so, all right. Thanks. I appreciate all the work and stuff you're doing. I don't know, just maybe the timing tonight wasn't the best for this.
Understood.
Not your fault, I know.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
no, yeah, understood.
I would say my direction is that we hold off on this conversation. I think it's the right conversation. It's probably it's 9 o'clock, it's not probably, it's 9 o'clock at night. And I think we should have a workshop on CFDs, because in my mind, the question is, we have 2 already. Did they perform as we wanted them to perform? I think the answer is no. How does this line up with LMDs? Because it can't pay for this, but it can pay for that. I hear you on the cost of PG&E for lighting in new neighborhoods, but we're still gonna have a huge gap with even our existing lighting infrastructure, right? Skip the CFD. So I think that I want to understand about that gap. And then I kind of want it for the whole city, because I think everybody should pay, but how does it line up with Measure Y? So we said we'd use for parks. There will be a transportation tax that will pay for local roads, so we don't need another tax. You can't double tax on local roads, because local roads is on there. So I think it's the right thing to do. I think it's sustainable. I think we've learned lessons from the CFD we did on public safety, because that was supposed to be our sort of savior for the cost of new public safety, and it didn't work out that way. So I think it's the right direction. I just think it's not a 9 o'clock at night conversation. I think if we had a workshop on CFDs broadly, and then how do we kind of figure out what we're trying to solve for, that would make more sense to my brain.
Yeah,
So that's what I think. I think that's right, and timing is good, and a little more earlier in the day, hour-long, 2 hours on the CFD concept generally, with all these other layers of taxes, I think would be right. That's my direction of one. But thank you for what you're doing.
Go ahead, Drew.
This was the direction we gave staff to do. We obviously an inopportune time, but we have, as a council, have been very clear that we want development to pay their way. Especially, there's no reason for someone who has owned a home for 60 years to be paying the bills, or their bill goes up because we put new lights and highways on the north side of town that they don't live in. So I think we need to move forward with the CFD conversation before it becomes unmanageable. Because if I'm reading this correctly, if there are more than 12 registered voter owners, then that changes the scenario on how you can do it. Is that?
Yes, that's exactly right, council member. If there's 12 registered voters within any given area to form a CFD, it shifts to 2/3 registered voter approval. However, because the context here is new development, generally speaking, there aren't registered voters within the new development areas. It's usually a developer or, a property owner that's looking to develop, and so usually it's there's always under 12 registered voters, and it shifts to property owner approval at that point.
And the area that we're talking about specifically, north of Shepherd to Copper, how many property owners are up there approximately?
Hard to hazard a guess, but if we were to incorporate the entire area outside of existing developments, maybe 100.
Okay.
There's one owner that owns a pretty significant
Right.
portion of that area. But then there are some smaller rural properties like along Beeheimer and maybe a little bit farther to the northeast. So off the top of my head, maybe 100.
Okay, so if we were to, I guess, gerrymander an area where we have less than 11, is that kind of what we're considering doing?
Yeah, we would consider it development by development. So as a development comes in, we would condition this as we would similar to the LMD. So whenever a new development comes in, we condition them as part of their conditions of approval of their map that they come into the LMD. This would be a similar process where we would just add CFD language now instead of
Right.
LMD, and it would be the same process.
This is the direction we gave staff, I want to say 3 years ago, if I remember correctly. I remember meeting with the development community, and they were very big into this because it kind of shifts their investment in infrastructure to the people who are buying houses. And it's going to draw, the cost of houses are going to go up one way or another because of this. But I think we need to move forward, but I'm all for having a workshop because it's not an easy concept for everybody to understand. And we'll just have to make sure we don't do acronyms.
You know, I mean, you're right about that. Can I just chime in?
go ahead.
I think where you threw me was if it's new development, to see things on the thing like regional parks, that's not a new development thing. So that's where I was a little bit lost in well, wait, if it's just lighting and a neighborhood park in a new neighborhood, that's one thing. If it's a regional park, that's something different. So I guess I need more context, I guess. But I do think it's the right strategy, and you're right, it's 3 years old. And I think it's the right model to try to generate other funds. That's what we said to staff. We got to find different ways to generate revenue. So, I mean, that is correct. I got a little lost in am I funding a regional park? Am I funding a community park that's not my community? So I agree with Drew. I think it's right, and I just think I would benefit from additional information as one person, a little more detail, because it is complicated. But I do think it's the right direction. So thank you, Drew, for that.
Go ahead, Candy. No, I just want to say that this is where we need to be. This is another tool in the tool shed. All we're doing is, here's the area. We'll take the sphere. Or we can just go planning area and say, hey, developers, here's another tool you can use. And when that development comes in, where only one developer owns, here's the area. And then now we go, when you develop, we're doing this regional park, there's your share of it, you pay for it. Your local park, that's why we saw that list where it costs more because it's locally. And so it costs less because it's regionally. And here's what you're gonna pay here. Why not? This is it. They own it. It's not a new tax. You pay a home, you pay school fees, all that stuff. We're just saying, instead of us trying to figure out where it's going, you guys are paying for it because you came in. Irvine does this. They don't struggle. They're doing well. Each development has its own way to just grow, and it gets people in quicker. Because now I look at the list, Kevin, and I go, how come we didn't put police in there? In other words, do we limit ourselves if we put everything in the list, but then this CFD only picks A, D, and F to fund? Or is it because we put everything in, it has to fund everything? Because why not put everything in? Because maybe this part goes, oh, it's way too far for police. Locally, you're going to pay for a station. You're going to pay for a fire station. You guys pay for it if you want to go. Put that tax in, they can grow. Mm-hmm. You need a new sewer line, you need a new water line, you pay for it, you can go. And so, but it's all them. And then we can just go, yeah, it works. This is exciting. This is where we wanted to be. This is where we were at, and something new. I know that probably developers are, afraid to take on the responsibility of owning this, managing it, and go, what does it do to the price of my home? Okay, we'll figure that out. Because I think if I'm coming in and I'm doing, a whole new development, I get to say, all my 1,000 residents, you get this park, you get this, but you pay for it. Because you're paying for it, and that's yours. And then you also are contributing to that major park in the Northeast that we were dreaming about. And you're also paying for the infrastructure that needs to be brought up. This is exactly what we need. This is exactly what we want. So my only question is, that list of the requirements, should we not make it broader so that way we can piecemeal versus it's not on the list, and now how do you make them add to it? So is it something legally where we're limiting to those items that you've listed?
Sure. No, it's an excellent question, Mayor. So at the time of CFD formation, that is really the only opportunity where City Council sets the list, right? Well,
So it's not now?
It's at the time of CFD formation. So there's a formal process. What we're doing this evening is conveying what that intended list is. So when we come back for the formal resolution of intention is the first required council action. There's going to be a resolution. The resolution will have as an attachment what's referred to as the description of authorized services. At that time is when you're formally approving and adopting the list. Tonight, it's just simply we're conveying what's intended to be included in that list. To answer your question, I think this is something Kevin mentioned earlier, the list is intentionally broad. And the reason it's intentionally broad is to provide the city the most flexibility, because what we want to do is form the CFD once and not have to form it again in a few years. And at this time, I'm sure many of these improvements, we know they're coming in and to what extent, but on some of these, we don't. And so what we do is we make the authorized services list broad, so it gives the city the most flexibility for the life of the CFD. But for every new development that comes in, we can evaluate what the appropriate tax rate is for any given development that comes after formation.
Let me just interject. So what you just said there, if Measure C is already paying for that road, that assessment will be zero because there's already a fee. If there's already a park fee that we assess, that item would be zero, like some of them showed in the list that you showed. So why is public safety not in here?
Yeah,
Because if a Measure Y takes care of it, it'd just be zero. But why not include all the other stuff you said? Police, fire, sewer, water. And so why not make it even broader than this is my question.
Sure.
So that way, if there's already water fee, oh, that's zero, 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 zero. But now if we do this, PD comes and asks to put in here, well, we can't. It's not in the CFD list. So that's my question.
That's a great question. I don't think there's anything legally that precludes the city from including police and fire along with all these other maintenance type services. What we commonly see is public safety is usually a separate CFD, and maintenance services, the maintenance of improvements is its own CFD. And I think the reason that is because there's never a shortage of revenue that's needed for public safety, and the concern is that all the money will get shifted to public safety, and then the maintenance of improvements takes the back seat. And so for that reason, usually there's a CFD for public safety with an authorized services list, police, fire, things of that nature. And then there's a separate CFD that covers the maintenance of improvements and the laundry list here of that you see.
And then the developer has the option of actually creating one or not as well. So they can still go the old way. Correct? Because even though it's in the CFD area, the developer can go, no, I don't want to create a CFD. Just going to do it the traditional way. I'll pay my fees. whatever it is, correct? Is that correct? Because that black line versus
believe
what the
there-
black boxes
So
are?
you can also have a
Sure.
CFD for capital improvements as well. And that would be developer by developer deciding on doing that as well. So they could.
But my question, Andy, is can they opt out if we say, here's the CFD
Ah.
annexation area, can they opt out?
So like our LMD,
Mhm.
it's required upon annexation to the city
Okay.
and approval of the map
That
that
needs-
they
yeah.
join the CFD. Now, what's in the CFD, per what the team is saying, can be adjusted through this model.
Okay, okay. That helps me understand that part of it, where they will.
We have a current public safety CFD, as Councilmember Ashbeck
Mhm.
mentioned, that also would be still maintained and in place per
Yeah.
Francisco's notes.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so maybe my recollection is incorrect, but I thought part of the reason we got to this point is because we did a workshop on CFDs. Is that correct?
Yeah, about a year ago.
Okay, yeah. So we've done a workshop which got us to this point, and to Councilmember Bessinger's point, you guys are here tonight because we asked you to bring this to us, and so I agree that we definitely need to continue moving forward, and again, another tool in the toolbox for the city to use. I appreciate the broadness of all of that, and I think it's important to note that these things, particularly this evening, we've talked about a lot of things that are really consequential to our community and the people that we have the honor of serving here. And so I think it's a little unfair to be concerned about how late it gets or how long it takes to deal with these things. I think we owe it to the community to just do this job that we asked them to give us and that they asked us to do for them. And so I think I do think it is important to note that some of these things do get complicated, and we want to do our due diligence and really make sure that we are addressing them properly for the community. So I do appreciate that. But, at the same time, we have to do what we have to do. And I think it's great that you guys have been able to kind of, from our direction, saying, hey, bring us back some more ideas. We want to be creative. We want to think outside the box. We don't want, these same issues to be coming back that we struggle with. And so my only question is we've talked about a number of different, whether it's assessments or tax districts or whatever we're talking about, when we do something new like this, that does encompass all of these other types of districts that we've talked about. The police and fire district would also be in this new future annexation area. All of this stuff is kind of conditioned for the new development to be part of as we move forward.
Yeah, that's correct. So we're taking into account all of that. So, and I think like City Manager Hausler said, this is a maintenance CFD. So this is purely for maintaining that the infrastructure development ultimately will put in. This isn't for actually putting in the infrastructure. So the developer could choose to create their own infrastructure CFD, and then they could fund their infrastructure through that means. This CFD, once that's in place, will fund the maintenance of it.
Okay.
So this is purely intended for once it's in the ground, how do we maintain it? Well, this is the funding source to maintain it. So that's really what this is geared towards. So Councilmember or Mayor Pro Tem Pierce, I should say, this is really meant to be that funding source to go forward for the maintenance of the system as we go forward.
And then so this is for future development, and then we would maintain the general fund and the highway user tax funding for all this current stuff.
Correct.
So I know we've kind of struggled with some of our LMD issues with certain people not being into it, and so your neighbor isn't paying in, but you are, and that's a little complicated. Is there any way to make sure that everyone's in the same basket on this? Do we have an option to do a citywide CFD that would handle all of this? So again, we don't have those summer in, summer out issues that we have with some of our other districts.
I believe we can, but it would take a 2/3 vote, and that would be challenging.
Yeah, it's considered a special tax, so it would require a 2/3 vote citywide to add everyone in the city into that.
And if I could paint a little bit of context. So over the last few years, we have been working really hard at figuring out other ways to do things in relation to development and how we are funding ourselves. Because we don't want to end up back in a spot where we were pre-Measure Y, where the general fund is getting eaten up by street lighting, for instance. So a couple of tools have come into place. One is we've opted into some statewide JPAs that allow developers to use those, basically their CFDs, to fund infrastructure. Council took action on those. We did some workshops on those. The council has taken action. This was the next step of how do we maintain ourselves so we don't end up in a general fund spot where we're back again with no margin for error. We're not able to fund the things that we want to adequately because growth is costing us, whether it's maintaining a park or street lighting or maintaining a street, whatever it is. And so this is a tool that council gave us direction to come back on to say, let's at least explore this. And now they're coming back, staff, saying, these are the items that we think we should include, a very broad picture, and then we'd like to come back with, here's what it actually looks like. Yeah. So this development X, here's what their CFD costs will be, here's what their PD, public safety CFD tax will be, here's how it looks. What do you think, before we move forward with any particular project?
So Kevin, you will be bringing back individual CFD with the parameters? So in other words, like a infrastructure CFD, or we're just waiting for the developers to develop that, to create that? Or are we also going to create parameters where if you're going to create a CFD to build a water infrastructure, here it is. If you're going to do a CFD for sewer infrastructure, here it is. So when do those other ones come? Because you're saying this is only maintenance.
Correct.
And it shows here, you can maintenance with the list that you gave, it includes water facilities. But we're gonna not put that as one of the lists. And so we'll wait for something else to come?
Mayor, if I may, so we are in position right now for a developer to do an infrastructure CFD.
Okay.
With
So we don't need any of the
JPA or,
parameters and
like,
any of this?
we can do that.
All right.
This was the next step in saying, how do we actually maintain things without
The things that they're gonna
impacting the
build.
general, and I'm thinking 50 years ahead from now. Like, how am I developing the resources for the city so that we have an adequate general fund for the things we need to pay
Excellent.
for?
Lynn, did you have
Well,
another comment?
I think, Diane, I take your point about the hour. It's consequential, and so rushing through it, that's all I meant about that. I've done this job a long time, and I've stayed till 3 in the morning on more than one occasion, so I don't need that comment. But I just think we need more conversation, because what I worry about is we're gonna have 36 overlapping CFDs. I mean, it's gonna be out of control if we don't have some sense, and I think the list is too broad. I think if every city function is in this thing, I think it's gonna be unwieldy to manage who's paying for what, where. I worry about this because all the other general fund areas of our city, we don't have enough money to pay for those eventually, if not today. So we're gonna have new funds in new areas, but it still leaves a gap. To Diane's point, I agree. I wish there was a citywide CFD for some things, like a regional park, for example, or bigger community parks, or improved lighting along the trail. I didn't see trails on that list. So that's all I'm saying. I think we should move in this direction. I don't know if tonight we can refine the list. I don't think everything should be in it, because I think that's, I'm not sure the word. That doesn't make any sense to me at all. But so that's all. I just don't know if we're going to come to consensus. You can keep going on this, but if we end up with this list tonight, or we go with the mayor putting everything in it, then we can't take them out, right? Then it's in. Is that right?
It'll just be zero.
Well, but it's in the pot. If everything's in the pot,
It'll just be zero.
it's a stew. It's not a targeted, measured, intentional action that a developer can use. That's all I'm trying to get at. I'm not comfortable with everything that we do being in this CFD. That does not seem like smart. That just seems like everything in the kitchen sink, and that doesn't make sense to me. Not that you're not smart, but
It's a great question, council member. So what we're intending on doing from here on out is coming back to you with the tax rate structure for the proposed maintenance CFD. And really what that comes down to is the framework for the citywide versus local components. When it comes to the citywide services, the authorized services list is an attachment to the resolution of intention, right? And again, it's intentionally broad just to provide the city with as much flexibility going forward, 10 years from now, 15 years from now, to continuously reevaluate what the city needs to do in terms of funding maintenance. With that said, with the initial tax rate structure, what we're intending on doing is collaborating with staff to determine what truly are the maintenance needs today based on future build-out, right? We would take a look at your general plan. What does future build-out look like in the city? Parks, street lighting, landscaping, things like that. And we would come up with a tax rate structure that is representative of that current, present-day, forward-looking lens, right? It's a snapshot in time, really. And but again, this authorized list is intentionally broad because we only get one opportunity to provide that flexibility. So, but we would come back to you with that tax rate structure for you to take a look at and understand what's behind that citywide component, if you will.
How do you account for a neighborhood that doesn't exist today, that may be an HOA, that lives in the CFD? And the HOA fees are supposed to cover the this and the that and the that, but that's what this covers too. How do you build that into the CFD to account for that dual taxation potentially?
Sure, that's a great question. So that really comes down to the localized component, right? The citywide component, what we would do is we would take a look at what does the city look like today in terms of existing infrastructure, citywide type improvements. And then what we would do is we would develop the citywide tax rate to project out. What do major roadways look like going forward? How many more community parks, street lighting, all that kind of thing. So the citywide component would be based on that citywide lens. When it comes to the localized component, there's going to be a lot of flexibility there, and that goes back to the tax zone concept. Each time a new development comes forward, they'll come to the city and they'll say, city, I want to develop this 100 single-family home development, and we're going to put in a neighborhood park and in-track landscaping, neighborhood landscaping. We would coordinate with city staff, take a look at the improvement plans, determine what the maintenance requirements are for that neighborhood, and that localized component would reflect that. And should there be a neighborhood that has an HOA, that neighborhood would probably either pay zero, as shown, for example, this tax zone 16 in the city of Lincoln, or a very low rate, because HOAs don't always pay for everything, right? So sometimes there's something that needs to be publicly maintained. So we don't need to know what every development is now. We can, on a case-by-case basis, evaluate that as new development comes in.
And Ed, this list every year gets updated, correct? Or is this the list that lives forever within that planning area?
Sure. So this list here is all the developments that have annexed in to that CFD as of I'm not exactly sure, as of fiscal year 24-25.
So next year the numbers will change because
maximum,
we may have new things added onto it. My thing is, does this change, or is this the number, or do we get reassessed, kind of like our development impact fees? Does it change every year because things change?
That's a great question. So at the time of formation and annexation, what's being set is the maximum tax rate, and also along with the maximum tax rate, the allowable escalator. So consumer price index or a fixed increase. So the maximum tax is set at formation. The city can't go back and change it. If we go back and change it, it would require the 2/3 registered voter approval that we're discussing here this evening. So
as opposed to one developer, one owner.
Exactly. And so for that reason, we always do our best to be as conservative as we possibly can be with the maximum, because we only get one shot at it, and we want to make sure the city is well funded.
The one thing I would put in here, to your point, that I've always thought we should invite our developers to pay for is fire stations. Especially in a new growth area, there isn't a reason why, and many of them say, we would love to build it because we can do it faster and cheaper than the city, because they've got all these trucks and lumber and blah, blah, blah. So, I mean, in some ways, I would add that to the list, new fire stations in new growth areas. And someday if we have police substations, I'm not sure that's a model for Clovis, I don't know. But I think that makes sense to me from a public safety perspective. Okay, you can put everything in it. No, but I mean, to me, that is a citywide, it's localized density at the same time. But that's a very specific thing that I think that could be assessed on development. Chief, you like that idea?
Drew?
Why not?
I think whatever we do, it's going to need to be defensible, because if we
Yeah.
put too large of a net out here, I think people can make a case for saying, well, don't I pay for that with Measure Y? Don't I pay for that in the new water rate increases? Is Lincoln kind of the industry standard on how to do this correctly?
I wouldn't say necessarily that Lincoln's the industry standard. I would say that CFDs are very common all across the state. Maintenance CFDs most definitely are very common because many cities, just like Clovis, formed LMDs, assessments, decades ago. And many of their LMDs are underfunded because a lot of them were not authorized, the assessments were not authorized or increased by CPI and things like that. And also, assessments public agencies are more constrained as to what you can and can't do because there has to be a benefit to property nexus with every assessment, right? And generally what that means is not 100% of the cost can be funded through an assessment and all that. So, for new development, CFDs are definitely the trend. I would say Lincoln, this Lincoln example is a good example because the future annexation area concept is also very common because it makes annexations cost effective. The development community likes the future annexation area concept because it streamlines the process. It doesn't drag out for months and multiple council actions. And then as it relates to the tax rate structure, I would say that this structure here with a citywide component and a localized component is becoming more and more common because the rationale is that new development should pay its way, like we've been talking about this evening, right? And so if we just look at the local components, new development isn't paying its way because there's all these other improvements that are citywide, right? Aquatic centers and regional parks and major roadways and all that kind of thing. So this tax rate structure is becoming more and more common, council member. I think that should Clovis adopt this, you would not be the only ones. I can say that with confidence.
Mayor, maybe we need to send council member up to Lincoln to kick the tires, maybe have a conversation with some people. And I'm willing to, I don't want to go to Sacramento for hardly any reason, but.
Lincoln, Kevin, you have more to say?
I was just going to add back to Councilmember Ashbeck's point about the fire stations and funding new fire stations. We do have a development impact fee that is collected from development as they come in to fund new police and fire stations. So there is a funding mechanism in place to fund construction of those new stations. So we do have that.
I always feel like that takes a really long time. Like, we're trying to build a station for 7 years from now. People are moving in 3 weeks from tomorrow. So I think there may be an opportunity to reduce that fee and build it in something like this if it would generate it more quickly. I don't know that, but that's what I worry a little bit about, the lag between growth and fire station, just as an example. But I will leave that to you to analyze.
Yeah, and I think that's something that we could look to for like an infrastructure CFD, like we talked about when we put in new water pipelines or things like that. That would be an opportune place for a CFD like that, an infrastructure CFD.
Yeah.
And that way it keeps kind of the new construction and the maintenance separate, if you will. But yeah, absolutely, that's an opportune place for an infrastructure CFD type project.
Excellent idea.
At 9:25.
Okay, at this time, we're going to go ahead and open the public portion. If you would like to comment or address this item, any input?
Mike Prandini again. A couple of questions and a couple of comments. One question is, based on what I'm hearing, I did not download the staff report, so I'm not completely familiar with everything in there. But it appears that this new CFD will supplant the LMD. Is that correct?
That is correct.
In areas where no LMD exists, yes.
Correct, yeah. Where no LMD exists now, for any new development, this will replace the LMD.
That is correct.
In part, I mean, what the LMD function was for, but this will be adding additional services that the residents will have to pay.
Correct.
And secondly, the question is, will all new development coming in the door tomorrow be conditioned on joining a CFD, this CFD?
Yes, we've begun adding this condition to new developments, and we're still evaluating what we called it the kernel project earlier, that initial project.
Yeah.
But yes, this condition is being added.
Okay. Then a couple of comments. Number one, this is not something, as the mayor questioned, can the developer opt out? And the answer is no, because you're going to condition any development on signing up for this CFD. Now, maybe they can, because of the schedule that you showed for Lincoln, there's various different development areas within that particular CFD, which each one has its own different rate, its tax rate. And then I think, what was my other comment? I had it clear, but the development, and I think you talked about the capital facilities CFD. And Andy, are you guys processing those right now? Or is one in the works? Or this has been around for a while?
Yeah, the CFDs have been available for some time. We've entered into some various joint powers authority to make it easier for developers to access. I'm not aware of any of those being activated at this point.
Okay, nothing's happening.
We've had interest, but no formal applications.
Right, yeah, it's been around for a long time. One comment on the concern that Councilmember Ashbeck was talking about, the current CFD for police and fire. I was here when that was set up, and that fee was based on a study that was done under the requirements at that time that says you can only charge for a police and fire services that is over and above what those residents that property was paying for at the time. Now, I haven't obviously done a lot of research on any changes under that rule. I'd have to defer to your city attorney on whether or not you can charge a higher fee and not make it proportional to what they were paying, for instance, for county sheriff's service. That's how it was based on originally in 2004. So I guess the question is, you had a small proportional fee increase, and you provided a escalator for that fee. I don't remember now what that original fee was, but I know it was less than $100 per household per year. But now I believe it's over $200 with the escalator. So,
Mike, can I ask you to summarize it?
Okay, summarize, that's just a comment and question regarding that issue, and I'd be interested to know if that whole calculation process has changed over the years.
Thank you, Mike. Anyone else?
Hello, Neil Mallory, Poison Avenue. I just wanted to understand, to me, the reassessment of the property you develop it, extra sales tax, new population of people coming in, developer fees. My understanding is that should be covering most of these costs already. So in the further workshop, I'd just like to hear where that deficit is coming from that is applying this need for an additional tax on new Clovis residents. Thank you.
Okay. Can you address that, Kevin? Or Andy? Yeah.
I think where we see the deficit is not necessarily in the initial years of a development, but as Prop 13 takes effect and property taxes are limited we're seeing, we get a very small slice of that property tax as a city, and the cost to maintain that area or those services start increasing beyond the revenues paid by that neighborhood. So that's been the challenge for us over many years. That's why I mentioned 30 years from now, 40 years from now. We see a diminished amount of revenue relative to the cost of serving a residential area.
Anyone else? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and close the public portion, bring it back to the council. Any other direction that we wanted to give to the staff? Do you have enough, Kevin? Do we need something more clear than our discussion earlier? Andy?
So I think the direction is that staff come back with essentially a proposal on how this would look.
Yeah.
With the various citywide, maybe a localized example, how this fits into our current CFDs, the whole picture on how it would be structured.
And how it lives with the LMDs.
Right.
How they all live together.
So any kind of overlap or non with LMDs. So I think that's the direction. And at this point, I would recommend to council that we come back with as broad of a picture as possible. And then that could be adjusted through that kind of educational process. Is that clear for staff?
Yeah, that's clear, and we can bring back so at that point, we can also bring back the sample tax rates and even have maybe a mock-up development to show council exactly how this would be implemented and what it would look like to provide further clarity at that point.
Okay. And
They should probably also address any discrepancies between existing taxes, Measure Y, how does that affect this? Which one of the transportation measures passes or none of them, because they cancel each other out, and so we just need to know how those things are going to work together.
Okay. Good? All right. Thank you very much for that presentation. It's just direction given. Now we'll move to item 19. This can consider adoption of ordinance 26-03, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Clovis, finding that the proposed ordinance amendment is exempt from CEQA pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 15061, subdivision B3, and amending the city's development code by adding chapter 9.27 to the Clovis Municipal Code to establish a mixed income zoning ordinance for residential development projects. And staff on this is our city clerk, Brianna Parr.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Staff is asking for this item, this ordinance to be adopted. This ordinance was introduced at our last meeting on April 13th, and staff is here if you have any questions, and that concludes my presentation.
Okay. Any discussion from the council on this? Okay. We'll open the public portion if you want to address this item at all. Anyone? Okay. Seeing none, we'll close the public portion. And what's the pleasure of the council?
I'll make a motion that we approve this ordinance of the city council as outlined on staff report, yeah.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and second on the floor. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay. Okay, now we move to item 20, council items. Provide direction. This is for Peg Boss Plaza honorary additions policy. Staff on this is our city manager, Andy Hausler.
Yeah. Yes, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor and City Council members. This item is not time sensitive. If council would like, we can continue it. If not, we can carry on.
3 o'clock.
It won't be that long. So I wanted to give that option. All right, so Pig Boss Plaza, a little bit of background. It's situated at the northwest corner of 3rd Street and Sunnyside Avenue. It's one of our newest public spaces in town. It's in honor of our former mayor, Peg Boss. She had a profound impact on this town and me personally, and greatly appreciate her. Her legacy, she's the first female mayor of the city of Clovis. She also served as a planning commissioner and a city council member. So this is a rendering of the park, and this was approved by city council some time ago. And one thing I want to highlight with this rendering is that we had these plaques on the back of the wall. There's 8 of them. And in the front, this is what we honored Peg with, is her plaque right here, along with the inscription up here. So the original idea was that we would add names to this plaza, other trailblazers that served similar to Peg. And so a question I have for you tonight is how many honorees do we want to have? Because I think that impacts the structure in which how we add names. So we could do the 8 honorees, and we could add up to 2 nominees annually until the designated spots are full. And the reason why it's limited to 2 is because the site is size constricted. So if we want to have a ceremony honoring people that are being added, we really can't handle more than 2 along with their families on the site. The other is to expand it to 20 plus or something beyond that by adding engraved names on the bricks in the seat wall, or maybe it's a different plaque style. But because this was council approved, we wanted to get feedback on that. So that's one question for you all tonight. The seat wall being down below, we could engrave names down here, but it would not be as significant as these plaques. The other question is, how do we select? So the city manager, one proposal is that we seek nominations from the community, such as we do for planning commission or personnel commission, any other commissions. And the mayor would review those nominations and provide a recommendation to council for consideration, and then council would take a look at that. The goal for both of these is that around Founders Day, that we would have an event honoring the people that are added on an annualized basis, at least until the spaces are full. The other option is a little bit more established. We would establish a committee, and that is a policy that was included in the staff report. And we have citizens and city staff. My recommendation is someone from the Historical Society. Maybe Peg could join it for the first few years if she's able. They would seek reviews and nominations and provide 2 names annually as a recommendation to council, and they would consider those for recommendation. So just a quick picture of what it looks like for you to ponder, and any questions. Seeking feedback. And we don't have to decide anything tonight. We can come back with a modified proposal for you to consider.
Okay. Drew, go ahead.
Are we, I didn't see anything one way or another. Are we thinking about limiting this and making this a female honoree area, or?
Staff had not gone
Which I'm
to-
not
yeah.
opposed to. I mean, this is people who are first. But I don't think we have to do that. I kind of like the 20 plus 1 just because it gives us more flexibility. The only thing I think we have to worry about is having to do a removal like with Cesar Chavez. You know, so I mean, and I don't know how we would vet some of this, but I think that's the only area that I would be concerned about. But I think it's a great idea.
Any other comments, direction? Go ahead.
So I think a couple of things. One is we need criteria. Like, what are we honoring? Firsts, longest, oldest, trailblazer. So I think we should define that. I also think because the chamber has a leadership award, the Hall of Fame has the variety of awards, we should probably line these up in some way that this is unique to the city of Clovis. So what is that? So I was thinking about, you know, does it get presented each year at the Hall of Fame? And then I don't know exactly, but I think I would sort of think about that. But I think we should just be really clear what we're honoring. Trailblazers, I think that's right, but so what else would that be? Mr. Trevino's here, he talks about Mr. Perkins all the time. So I mean, I think Janet Davis, there's a lot of people that I think could qualify. So I think, first of all, we need to know like who we are trying to honor. So I think that's right. I think the wall could handle more than 8 signs. Yeah?
Yeah, I was doing some layouts, and I think we could get up to maybe 12 to 16 without it looking too much, or change the size of the plaques. It just changes the significance of the person's name. So that's the thing to think about. Like,
But so I think, I think maybe more, I don't think we have to do 2 a year, because you'd be full in 4 years, that would be weird. Like, I think it should be evergreen, that people could grow over time. So I think if there's someone to honor, great, and if there's not, so I don't know, I'm not as committed to 2 a year for 4 years. I think we could get a few more plaques on the back wall and still be significant, to your point, if it's on brick on the seat. In terms of choosing, I definitely think it needs to be a committee. We have people that are serving or will serve that don't have any idea about the history of Clovis, so we need some help. So I think we gotta tap into Historical Society and others that have some history with Clovis that could help us sort that out. So I like the committee. I don't think it should fall to the mayor. That seems, especially you. No, just kidding. Just kidding. That was with love. I don't think it should fall to an individual. I don't think it's not like a personnel commissioner or a planning commissioner. And I definitely think we should ask Peg. I'll go visit Peg at Carmel Village, and we'll have lunch, and I'll ask her what she thinks. But I think what she would like on it, it's her name. So I think that would be good to hear her thoughts initially, for sure.
Any other thoughts or questions?
Oh, I know, and we could do it, or we could do it at the mayor's breakfast. We could also
should
tie
be
it to
there.
the mayor's breakfast as a way to, and give it a name, like if it's the Trailblazer Award or the, I don't know what, but we could link it to our own event and then maybe follow up with the installation of the sign after that. Not necessarily Founder's Day, but with the mayor's event as another idea. That's all.
I like it where there's criteria and then you just list the name. So in other words, there's a plaque of whatever, chiefs or public safety or community member, and you just get a little name in there. So it's not like a big one like that. So every year you etch a new name in, or every 2 years, even if it's with the mayor goes, yeah, I've selected all the 12 categories, here are my 12 people. That's fine too. I'm comfortable with that. Or if it's a committee, but it doesn't need to be big. It could just be what it is, and then so that way it can live for 40, 50 years instead of 4 years we're done, because we don't know who the future is. We can look back and kind of honor those that have done well. I do think that staff needs to have one of the criteria, or staff, if not staff, categories of staff needs to be someplace to honor the work that all of you have done, because it's not just us and it's not just community members. Staff has done good work or great work. So where do we honor you? How do we honor you? And it can just be one of the plaques up there and, make a decision and honor staff. So those are the ones I had. And so I say even more than 20. Yeah, but if we can get the criteria down, then we can just put a name in, etch a name in, and that's good.
I think if we can get that, the rest will be obvious, right? Like what are we trying to honor here? What are we trying to teach our kids? What do we want to teach the next generation about why Clovis is cool? We should be present in that space, I think.
Diane, go ahead.
Yeah, I agree. Obviously, the criteria is important. I know some of those concepts are listed, and so, but I also think, it needs to be, maybe committee isn't necessarily the right word, but I definitely think it needs to be something outside of this body here to keep it in line with the intent of what this is. And so I think the Historical Society and, maybe some of those kind of groups, so maybe not necessarily a committee of just, not random individuals or that, but some established organizations and groups that could really inform how this would go forward. And I also do agree that, in one sense, the more the merrier, because at whatever point we cap it, whether it was 8 additional plaques or whether it was 20, additional ones, once that is reached, there's still going to be somebody else that we're going to want to acknowledge and honor and show that appreciation for. And so I think having the absolute most flexibility in how we do that, I think there's something to be said for those kind of categories of people, of trailblazers. And so, finding that, I think that could be worked into the conversation. But yeah, I think the criteria process, or the criteria first, and then the process by which people actually are nominated for that, I think are the 2 keys to, inform how we continue to move forward here. But I like where we are for now.
We're going to go ahead and open up the public portion. Matt, I'm sorry, I didn't ask you. Okay. Open the public portion. If you have any comments or suggestions, please.
Yeah, my name is Stephen Trevino. I live in Bullard. When we talk about history of the city of Clovis, all of us here have a different opinion on who should, who was important in this city. And this is a big city now. We have 130 people live here, and I could tell you who I think is important. I grew up here. I was born in 1957. I remember having my paper route. Met a lot of people when I was a kid, and you can ask other people, who they feel my age, and they'd probably give you a whole different list. And I've gone to the Clovis Museum, and most of the people that I've met there, most of them they're not even from Clovis. They're from somewhere else. They volunteer their time. There's only the times that I've been in there. There's maybe a couple people. You probably know who I'm talking about. Ms. Aspect, but the Rex Phoebus's daughter, I talked to her, and I think she's a few years younger than me, but she knows a lot about the city, a lot. And so I think perhaps the Pig Boss Plaza, maybe you should reserve it for the people that have been councilmen and maybe been in the government. For example, John Antonio, I don't hear anybody mention his name, but I met him when I was a teenager. He sold me my first car. And from what I understand, his family owned, I spoke to the mayor about him the other day, but anyways, I guess they had a packing house right there by the railroad tracks. I didn't know this until just recently, because they have the label that goes on the boxes. They have them at the museum. You know, anyways, I guess there was a bunch of packing houses all along the railroad lines. When I was a kid, there was a big, large one, La Manusi in Pantaleo, that was in the corner of Clovis and Shaw, where the Lowe's is at. It was big. And I remember my dad used to work there almost 24 hours a day for about 3-4 months. I could be all day, I'm sorry. But anyways, all of us have these different opinions. And but back to the Pig Boss, perhaps we need to ask the people that you're going to put there, should they be alive, or are you going to put them after their death? You know, and I think, because that's it's not very common to name something after someone who's alive, you know? And usually we wait till they pass away, and that's when they, you know, so, but I think we need to do that. But as far as the Pig Boss Plaza, I don't know what we need to have a criteria, you know, as to, if rules, you know, as to who's going to be on it, you know, in my opinion. But anyways, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Trevino. Anyone else? Okay, seeing them, we'll close that, and then, Andy, you got enough direction? One other thing I wanted to add is just, if there was a way for the community to nominate in that process, that's all.
Okay.
But instead of just us.
Yeah, we'll work on some criteria.
Good.
I like the values idea or the categories idea. I heard loud and clear committee should be involved with members of the community helping with that. We can incorporate it into kind of the Clovis way of life through the mayor's breakfast or through other events. I do want to do something to kind of commemorate our birthday every year, so you could parlay into that. There could be a couple of things, right? So it's definitely a great opportunity, and appreciate getting the chance to work on it. So we'll bring something back with those details for you guys to consider.
I'll give Ted a call. I'll go visit.
I don't mind going with you.
Okay, all right. Thank you. So that concludes that item. We will now move to city manager comments.
It is rodeo week. Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. So get out, enjoy the rodeo. The parade is this Saturday, starts at 9:30. So it says sunscreen and water, but we might be getting rain, so we'll see how it looks, but keep an eye on that. The General Plan Advisory Committee is meeting next week on April 30th. And then we have been asked to include some events that are part of the America's 250th birthday. So the following are some of those. We have the VFW Post Loyalty Day on Friday, May 1st. The Farmers Market is kicking off. They have a theme for the 250. And then Trail Fest is going to be very patriotic this year. So that's part of the 250 schedule of events. And as well as Carry the Load that the Veterans District is putting together. So these are some ways you can get out, celebrate our great country, and enjoy Clovis at the same time. With that, I'll turn it back to you, Mayor.
Okay. Now we'll move to council comments. Councilmember Basco.
I'd like to also put another organization forward for a proclamation, and that would be the Pink Heels Group. Pink Heels has done a lot of support throughout the community when it comes to cancer survivors, and in the past we've even given them old police cars and whatnot that they've turned pink, and people sign, and fire trucks and that kind of thing, and they've never been honored by the city council in the past, so I would like to move them forward for a proclamation.
You'll work with staff. Oh, well, consensus?
Yep.
Okay. And you'll work with staff with language?
Yep.
Okay, great. Yeah.
As long as
So
council's
that's
good with it.
Mm-hmm. Anything else?
And then participated in the Miss Winkles 5K on Saturday, and they did a great job as always. Erin and her team, they had, I think, 300 participants sign up out there and started at 120 North Clovis and ran on the trail and stuff. So they did a great job. Just thanks to them for continuing to push the Miss Winkles and getting the pets and stuff adopted out there. And that's all I got.
Councilmember Bessinger? Okay. Councilmember Ashbeck?
Just one question. Last week I apologize that I had not driven by 2075 Swift. Is that the address of that house? So I took a walk by the other day. I was actually horrified. It was way more than I imagined. So that's on me for not driving by. But it reminds me, Drew, what was the officer's name that I can't remember? From Bullard and Armstrong? Josh? No.
Kirk?
Josh Kirk?
Kirk.
Oh, yes.
Yes. When that issue came, we talked about our fine schedule is so generous, so long, so many visits before it's really, that house has more than $15,000 worth of work that needs to be done at 2075 Swift. And I don't know that we ever went back. I know there's legal things, what you can charge, how many times you have to notice. I get all that. But between that neighborhood issue and this Swift house, and there's dozens more, I'm sure. But I really would like us to, if my colleagues would agree, that we take a look at our lien schedule or our fine schedule, because $15,000 is not going to get that homeowner's attention. Obviously, he could care less. The house looks like, I mean, it's so terrible. So I don't know if we ever went back and looked at that to try to encourage faster action, but $100 here and there just isn't enough for a house like that or the Josh Kirk neighborhood at Bullard and Armstrong. And so I just would like to bring that forward again, if we can make sure we have every tool in the toolbox, which seems to be our theme tonight, but how do we encourage people to more quickly resolve their problem?
Yeah, and I would encourage probably more a full update on code enforcement, what we're doing as the team, any tools that the staff may want to make improvements, and we can bring that back at some point.
But I would really encourage us to look, because that is, it was
I jog by every morning, so.
I guess my walk with Kevin turns right before I go that way, but I went that way the other day, and I literally to walk by like twice, like what is that? So anyway, I would encourage us to look at code enforcement and bring that back.
And to clarify on that house, we're way past fines. We're actually going to a judge. And,
I understand, but the amount he owes us is $15,000, right?
And then there's probably more coming on that lien process.
But my point is that's nothing for this person who's not moved by that apparently. So I want to, and yes, I think that's right. And the Bullard and Armstrong house took a much longer time, but 100 or visits or more by Clovis PD or some astronomical number. But anyway, you get my point. So I think if we can look at code enforcement, but if we can look at liens within the law to try to move people to more quicker action, I think would be in order.
Drew, you had a comment.
To Lynn's point, we had somebody come before us, I want to say it was a year and a half ago. I know it was a woman owner, and she came, the only time she came to the table was when it was us levying something against her. I have put that house back on our list because it looks as bad as it did 2 years ago.
Tell me again where it was, sorry.
It's off of Bullard, east of Temperance. I want to say Coventry is the street. But I happened to be over in the neighborhood. I passed it and I went, and whipped back around and used the Go Clovis app. But I mean, Lynn, you're right. If I was selling my house is now worth $10,000 less because everybody's going to come in and go, you have a beautiful home. What the hell is that? And I don't want to look at that, so I'm going to offer you $10,000 less. And I mean, that's where we need to maybe come up with a pro bono way of helping these people do small claims actions, which are now $10,000. Now, they may not get any money soon, but if they have liens on that property for $10,000 for each adult occupant in that house, maybe that'll bring them to the table because if you have people who are dragging their feet because they don't care, what are you going to do to me? Well, when they sell the house, everybody's going to have their hand out before they see a penny.
Well, before we get to you, I look at this issue and I go, we're hurting those who are compliant. We get 1 or 2 a year. So now you're going to make all of us who are compliant, when we get a notice and a friendly notice, to go 1,000, 4,000. And I'm like, no, I'm trying to do it. I'm going to do it. So in other words, how many of those are already, doing well? Government needs to be, it's a heavy hand on. Even if you charge them 100,000, it's still going to be the same, Lynn. The people that we talk about right here, the issues, it doesn't change. They're going to be like that. So even if you find them. But if we do that, now we have to find everyone else that heavy-handed. I think government just going to stay back. Police does a great job developing these relationships, working with, groups. So if you bring it forward, Andy, I would like to know how many compliant are there? How many times we've gone with code enforcement where the little knock resolved it? But I don't know if we take those stats down. Because if that works already, that's already something great. And so how do we balance the two is
I think
my issue.
code enforcement works 98% of the time or more. And most of it is, hey, and I'll come back and check on you. So most of it's that. But these people that are repeat offenders, this is like 30 strikes and it's got to be more than $100. So I don't think it's for the compliant people. We as a city look bad when we let that happen in a neighborhood. And I think it's a huge risk to Mr. Martin or whatever his name was that lived behind that house. You wouldn't want, so anyway, I think it's a balance. I'm not saying everybody should get a fine for $100 then $1,000 the next time.
At some point in the future, we can bring back an item for a full discussion on code enforcement, because we're also investing a lot of resources in code enforcement right now, and
I think it's the cost. The 100 visits of Clovis PD to the house of Bullard and Armstrong was not at all covered by the $100 fine. So there's a cost to doing business that we don't recover at all. And even in this house, there was 15, 18 tickets. That's more than $15,000.
Do you want your picture shown?
Say it again?
Did you want your pictures up on the screen?
Oh yeah, I forgot my picture. Oh wait, I have pictures.
Hey, before we get to you.
I'm sorry. We have a litter problem in Clovis. This is the Walmart Center at by Michael's. And you said that there was code enforcement activity, but this is, look at the trash can. I know this is a commercial property, but this is really not okay. Anyway, so there's that. Yeah. I just want to call it. And then this is our, that's my arm. This is us walking around the Loma Vista Green again, and our bag was full, and we found 2 other bags along the road, and they're full. And I didn't make it all the way around that park so it was outrageous the other day. So I just want to say we have a litter problem. I forgot. See, thank you. We have a litter problem, and I don't know how to.
So, is this Monday?
That was, no, what's today?
Because if it's a park, Sunday, they throw a lot of stuff away and they may not be around.
But this was on the street. This is all of a sudden we picked it on the street.
Yeah,
oh, you picked it up?
We picked it up.
Ah,
Oh, yeah, no. I picked up every one of those things. Jeff and I picked every one of them up. And it's just, we take the trash can, and then we pick the other 2 up along the way. So I wanted to count, like there's 30 Dutch Brothers cups, and there's 12 McDonald's cups, and there's 3 Panda Express. It's all fast food from that shopping center. It's outrageous, though. So anyway, I'm just here to say we have a litter problem.
Yeah, and we have been
and
having.
I'm a cute old lady, and people are like, oh, that's so sweet of you to do. I'm like, help me, pick it up yourself. Like I'm not your neighborhood.
We've been actively engaged in that area with PD.
It's
We've been
my
having
job
a vandalism problem at the new park out there as well.
The what?
A vandalism problem.
We have a gang problem on 8-year-olds. No, we have gangs on 8-year-olds on e-bikes. There's that.
Definitely a focus of ours as well.
Okay.
But this is trash along the street.
Mayor Pro Tem Pierce?
I'll just concur with the code enforcement thing. I look forward to that coming back. And I have nothing on my comments.
Okay. All right, I went to a couple ribbon cuttings. One was Christie's Boutique, and that's Christine Lingenfelter. I didn't know.
Is it really?
Yeah. And she was so proud to be able to finally get that spot and do what she wants to do
I
there.
saw that picture. I thought it looked familiar, but I couldn't.
Yeah, and so she grew up here and wanted that. And then, and it's called Christie's Boutique. So it's sort of women's western wear. Yeah, it's right across from Sasano's, which is appropriate. Went to the Breaking the Chains luncheon, always a great event. And then I wanted to just put on the attention of Chad and Andy. Let's actually make it an event, light those towers. And so instead of just, here it is, it's already done, I think we might do it here, make it an event, so that way the community comes out, America 250, and then it could just be short, but at least it'll
We are
be out
planning on
there.
doing the Old Town Water Tower, but we
Yeah.
have a pair of red-tailed hawks that are raising some chicks,
Yeah,
so we don't want to
so-
disturb them.
Okay.
So once that's done, we'll do something.
Okay, and that's all I have. And then I think we're adjourned. I don't think we have anything, the agenda was short, so. Okay, we don't have any other things, so thank you very much for coming tonight. We're adjourned.